Well, hello everyone. We're here. We made it. The big day is upon us. I got to be honest, I have been waiting for Adam to do this for 2 fucking years. I was waiting for Adam to do this when we were on speaking terms. I was waiting for Adam to do this when I was still on his show. I was waiting for Adam to do this after he and I parted ways, after he threw me under the bus in the last time I was on his show. But make no mistake, regardless of my feelings about how Adam has done me dirty, I am absolutely on Adam's side in this. And I want to say that up front for our little watch party today. I am on Adam's side because I can compartmentalize things. I don't like things Adam has done to me. I don't like things Adam has said about me. There are many beefs that are between Adam and I that may or may not get worked out in this lifetime. But I am absolutely on Team Adam when it comes to this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are finally, and at long last, after 2 years of hinting, we are going to have our watch party to hear from Adam himself, his side of the story. Now, many of you know that, what was it, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago? I spilled a tiny little bit of the story because Adam had been hinting around about this story for 2 years, and I don't really have loyalty to Tim or Adam or Lydia for that matter. And so I reacted to a clip of Adam talking about why he left Timcast, and I let slip, well, kind of purposefully because you guys guessed it in the chat anyway. I let slip what I was told happened by Adam when it happened. And I don't really have any regrets about that. I think that was exactly the right thing to do. But the thing of it is I know that there is a whole lot more to this story that I don't know. And so I am actually really excited to hear Adam tell it in his full form, and we are going to be watching it live and reacting to it. I just want to turn on the chat, make sure I get all the chat messages. I want to say this too. If you want to watch Adam's stream and you don't want to watch it here, you don't have to watch it here. No one is forcing you to be here. Okay? I have a standing rule that if I watch YouTube content, which I don't actually really do all that often, I'm going to watch it with friends. Like, why not? We can have a little watch party of our own. But if you want to go over to Adam's channel and give him the support and super chat in, makes no difference to me, man. Whatever's clever for you. Look at they're talking about me in the chat. Carlin doesn't want to go live just yet. She's waiting to see if Adam is trolling. Like, hang on. Bro, I'm literally live right now. Does that show? I want to see if it shows up. Oh, I'm not banned. See, now I'm in the chat too. So we'll see. Listen, I really don't mean any disrespect to Adam by streaming this. I genuinely want to hear his story, and I genuinely want to react to it with my community. And you guys can stay here, you guys can go over there, you guys can send Adam all the super chats. I'm gonna be honest, I am absolutely planning on sending a nice big super chat to Adam tonight if he damn well deserves it for telling the story. Adam's chat is going to have all sorts of feelings about me tonight. That's okay. They're allowed. All right, guys, we got about 12 minutes until Adam is scheduled to go live. Please mount that like button for me if you appreciate this little watch party experience. I'm going to be I'm going to be knitting, and I'm going to be drinking some beer. I'll tell you about the craft beer that I have in just a second. But first, I want to put a poll in the chat. In this little dispute, whose side are you on? Are you on Team Adam or are you on Team Tim? And I want to also, give myself a little pat on the back. I was always on Team Adam in this dispute. When Adam got fired from Timcast, I didn't even know him at that point. I was always on Team Adam in this dispute. I have remained on Team Adam to this very day. And I got to tell you guys, I have heard from some of Tim's ex-employees since I posted my thoughts on this entire situation not too long ago. And Tim is way more sketchy than I ever thought he was. I'm not going to reveal what these people have told me because it is their story to tell, and I don't want to reveal their identity. And if they want to reveal their identity, that's their business. But like, I'm not going to reveal it just yet. But I will just say, like, at a very high level, Tim is sketchy as fuckity fuck. He really is. And there's a lot I admire about Tim. I admire his work ethic. I admire his ability to put together information and explain complex things in simple ways. I admire everything he has been able to achieve. And you know, oh look, Robert, what the fuck did I do to Robert Willis? We all know, we all, hang on, we all treated you with kindness and respect. You know, I did how you lied about us and me, you are scum. How have I love these rumors that get started about me. I don't know how I have lied about any of Adam's audience at all, but I don't know. Maybe we'll uncover that. So they're gonna read about me. Listen, if you are on Adam's chat right now, I promise you that what Adam is going to tell you with this story is way more interesting than me. I promise you, I am like the least interesting part in this entire scenario. And so have whatever feelings you like about me doing my little watch party. It really shouldn't make a difference at all to any of you. We're having fun over here. You can have fun over there. No one is like saying anything otherwise. Just chill out and focus on what you guys should be focused on, which is Adam finally and at long last spilling the beans after 2 fucking years of hinting around about this stuff. It's been going on long enough. It's ridiculous. And by the way, guys, when you attack people who are saying like I'm on your side, this is why I may have a less than, well, positive impression of you. I'm just saying, it's really not that hard. So let's see. I've got a poll in the chat asking if you guys are on Team Adam or on Team Tim. Looks like a lot of you are on Team Adam. A lot of you agree with me. We're gonna see, but we have about 8 minutes left. Do you guys want to see what beer I have? I have some beverages for the night. If you're drinking anything interesting, let us chat in. Let us know what you're drinking as well. But let me get my beer and I can show you what I just got. All right. Now we're not voting on beer tonight because we're voting on whether we're on Team Tim or Adam. I don't really know which one I'm going to drink first. Let's see. Well, the first one I have, this is actually a repeat from Happy Hour. This is called Blazing Love. It's a blueberry cobbler pastry stout. And the reason I got this is from Blaze Brewing Company in Biddeford, Maine. This is really fucking good. I had this for Happy Hour last week and I liked it so much I got another one. And it's really good. It has like vanilla in it. It's a little bit thick. Really, really solid blueberry crumble beer there. Let's see. Next up, this is from Lone Blue Cat Brewing Company. Where are they based out of? They don't say. It's so like these beer companies, they have like drink local on their package and then they don't tell you where they're from. But this is a cherry chocolate oatmeal stout. And it says we wanted to make a stout that was full-bodied with a smooth, rich flavor, so we added oatmeal, chocolate malt, and fresh cherries sourced as locally as possible to accomplish it. The oatmeal gives it the thick, full-bodied mouth feel we wanted, and the cherries and chocolate malt give it the richness we're looking for. That is a cherry chocolate oatmeal stout. That's not the only cherry beer I have. Let's see. I also, and this is from Smutty Nose Brewing Company, a cherry cheesecake sour. I'm ambivalent about Smutty Nose beer. Sometimes Smutty Nose is good, sometimes Smutty Nose is bad. But I have been noticing this one in the beer store, and I did want to give it a try. This is also a local beer because Smutty Nose is local to New Hampshire. Are they in Vermont or New Hampshire? I think they're in New Hampshire, pretty sure. But that's our third option. And our fourth one, and I think this is going to be the one I start with. This is called Phone Home, and it is a peanut butter porter. I love peanut butter beers. They're the best. This is from Night Shift Brewing, which is usually pretty good. And it says, inspired by our favorite extraterrestrials' affinity for peanut butter candies, we came up with this cosmically delicious peanut butter porter. Phone Home is packed with aromas and flavors of roasted hazelnut, peanut butter bites, and dark chocolate. Just keep a close eye on your cans. They tend to wander off in the middle of the night. I think that's the one we're going to start with, guys. I've been eyeing this beer for a while. And so we're going to start with our Phone Home peanut butter porter. And again, if you're drinking anything interesting, go ahead and chat in and let us know. Yeah, I agree with this decob. Like, if you're gonna go with like the chocolate beer, like that's something you work up to. You want to start with like a lighter one and kind of work your way there. I probably should start with the blueberry cobbler, if I'm honest. But I just had that one about a week ago, and so I'm not ready to start there. Bree, that email you sent me, I was on the floor. On the floor. Bree sent me an email with a screenshot of something that was super chatted into Tim Pool's show. And well, let's just say it was asking if anyone else got to ride Lydia. And I was on the floor dying when I saw it. So thank you for that treat, Bree. I appreciate it. Oh, I can smell the peanut butter from here. Let's see. No head on this one though. Hmm. There we go. Perfect. I like to drink beer out of a wine glass because I'm fancy like that. Cheers, guys. Welcome to the Adam Tell All Watch Party. I'm really excited. Adam's chat can have whatever feelings they want about me doing this too, but I want to give you choices. You can watch here, you can watch there, you can even watch both. We'll have to see how it goes. Mm. Oh my God. That is probably kudos to Night Shift Brewing because honestly, that is one of the best peanut butter beers I've had in a while. That's really, 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 really good. So cheers, Night Shift Brewing, Phone Home. Definitely approved. Yes, this is live. This is live. We are waiting. We have 3 minutes left until Adam goes live to finally spill the beans. Oh, look, King Deplorable is supporting my right to voice my trash opinion. Thank you, King Deplorable. I appreciate that. I'm gonna chat in. Why, thank you, King. I might just poke Adam's chat every once in a while. Wait, did he ban me? Why isn't the chat going? Why isn't it going? Why is Oh, no, I'm not banned. Okay. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. I was worried for a second there. Whatever. I just don't These people are so crazy. So guys, let me see. Let me check in on the poll. Which side are you on? Are you on Team Adam or Team Tim? It seems like 83% of my chat is on Team Adam for tonight. Do I ban users? Well, this is actually a great opportunity to talk about my rules of the chat, Aaron. So I have 2 rules in my chat, guys. 2 rules. Number 1, don't be a dick. You will not insult me. You will not insult other people in the chat. I don't really care if you insult Adam or Tim or anyone in Adam's chat. I don't really care about that at all. But like, you will not insult me. You will not insult other people in my chat because we keep it nice. So number 1, don't be a dick. Number 2, no whining. No whining. If I tell you to stop doing something, just stop doing it. Like, it's really that simple. If I'm telling you to stop doing something, there's a reason for it. Usually it's to be able to keep the environment nice for everyone. And you can, and if, as long as you follow those 2 rules, don't be a dick and no whining, you will not get banned. That's it. That's it. Now, an additional element to this is if you say something that is really funny or really based, I may make you king or queen of the chat for the night. If you are king or queen of the chat for the night, That means you can say whatever the fuck you want. You can insult me, you can insult other people, you can be a dick, you can whine to your heart's content. I don't really care. If you are king or queen of the chat, you can say whatever the fuck you want. But you have to earn king or queen of the chat by saying something that is worthy of being called king or queen of the chat. It's really that simple. Let me go back and see. They were tagging me in something. Ugh. No way. We're going live, guys. It's starting. It's starting. It's starting. No, no, fuck you, Adam. Fuck you. Fuck you. God damn it. I'm turning down the sound so we can't hear it. I'm not getting a strike. Okay. Fuck you, Adam.
Kidding. I had to get you guys with it. Come on.
That was actually hilarious. Okay. That was
a joke.
That was hilarious.
That was a joke. Yeah, I got you all. Oh, I got you all so bad, didn't I?
That was actually hilarious. Okay, I have to give Adam
I had to do it.
credit where credit is due. That was fucking hilarious. Adam is king of my chat for the night just for that move alone.
Don't be mad at me, guys.
Why did he cut his hair?
Okay, now before we do this, I don't have chat up right now. And I'm not going to have chat up for this entire episode. I've never done that before.
He looks nervous. Everyone's saying good vibes to Adam because he does kind of look nervous to me.
Conversation or this story, I guess. Man, where do I even begin? I'm going to start by saying why I'm talking about this. You know, a lot of people are telling me, no, don't do it. You're going to burn a bridge. Well, the bridge was burnt a long time ago.
Nothing wrong with burning a bridge. Nothing wrong with it.
I recently started dual streaming to Rumble. And when I started streaming to Rumble, I would cut my YouTube stream off. And when I did that, I was able to speak freely. I was able to say what I really thought and talk about things that I've researched. And it felt really good. Something about censoring yourself for different reasons, we'll say, sucked. And it wasn't until I started streaming on Rumble that I realized how much I was, in fact, censoring myself. This whole story with Tim, it's a sad story. It's not something that I'm happy about. I considered Tim a friend. Yes, past tense. I don't anymore. We don't talk.
That is sad.
We barely talked before we started the show. It wasn't like we were buddies. I want to let this go. I want to put this in the past.
I think this is going to be good for Adam.
Forward.
I really do.
And I feel like I've reached a point in my life and in my show.
He needs to talk about this to release it.
Where the people that follow me, the diehards, I know you guys are watching right now. They're gonna watch me. They'll be there on Monday for Bay Staff Monday with the crew. You know, I feel like I'm starting to grow again, which feels really good. You know, and the people that are following me for me, which is nice. You know, I owe a lot to Tim. And don't think that I don't know that. Don't think that I take what I've gained from Tim for granted, and I'm very grateful for that. Yesterday was Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm very grateful for all of you. And I'm grateful for Tim.
Adam is right about this. He's built up his own brand now. He doesn't owe Tim anything.
I will never forget that. I'm not doing this video out of spite, which people love to think that I'm coming from a place of anger also, which is not me. You know, those people clearly don't know who I am. I have more of a persona on Twitter than anywhere else. When I'm live, when I'm sitting here talking to you, you know, the people who watch my show, you guys know that I'm just sitting here talking about my view on things. Twitter, I'm a little more spicy, and I enjoy it. I really like being spicy on Twitter. I have a lot of fun with it. It's been a lot more fun lately since Elon Musk took over. And I unmuted Tim.
Good for him.
I had him muted.
He
so
should
I
milk
hadn't
it
seen
for
him
all it's
for
worth.
a year.
He really should. I hope he gets lots of
And one
super
thing
chats
that
tonight.
I've come to realize is I've finally dissected everything that happened. All the things that I went through, my relationship with Tim, and my relationship with myself. There's some things that I'm going to talk about tonight that are hard for me to even talk about. It has nothing to do with Tim, but it is directly involved in this story. But I'm going to talk about it because I want you to understand where my head was at and why certain things happened the way they did. And for that, I have to open up about some stuff, and it's a tough conversation that I had a hard time with myself.
He really does
For
seem
those who
very
saw my
self-reflective.
journey, you guys know I've become rather
He's
red-pilled
really
over the
nervous,
past couple
guys.
years. Started on Timcast, and it never stopped. And I have different views on certain things. And it was tough for a while because of what I've been through in my life. But I'll explain that when I get to that part of the story. So I guess the best place to start is where I met Tim. I met Tim at a Magic the Gathering store. That's right, Magic the Gathering, a card game. We're both nerds, and we both geeked out on Magic the Gathering. It's a love-hate relationship, especially when you're playing with someone like Tim, because he doesn't like to lose, ever. When he wins, he's laughy and giggly, and when he loses, he is the worst sportsman
I've never
you
seen
can
Adam like
imagine.
this either.
My goodness.
He's very nervous.
I'm not joking. Tim Pool is the reason I don't play Magic the Gathering anymore. It just lost its fun. It was
That's
no longer
funny.
fun. You couldn't win and not be here bitching and moaning. And it was really frustrating. And I stopped playing the game. Yeah. But that's how we started playing, right? That's how we met. We started playing, and one thing led to another. He was looking for an apartment in New York at the time, and then got an apartment next door to me, like the next week.
That's a little weird.
Yeah, I think he was working at Vice News at the time, and we'd play ever so often. He would come and go. Ferguson, I think he was doing that. He was doing Occupy. And then one day, he got hired by Fusion. He got a huge check and was all excited about it, and which was cool. He got his dream job at the time. And then we stopped talking for a little while. I don't remember. I think he moved somewhere, and he in fact moved to Miami. Now at this point, I was where was I living? I think I was actually coming and going from Sweden, because at this time, my wife and I had met. She was my girlfriend at the time, and he invited me to do a show, something along the lines of TimcastIRL. And I asked Nisha if she wanted to move to Miami with me to do the show.
I bet there are skeletons in his closet.
Okay.
There are skeletons in everyone's closet.
Moved to Miami.
Holding people to a standard of purity is not a good idea. He's probably got stuff he doesn't want to talk about tonight.
It was a 4-bedroom house, but it was only 3 bedrooms.
I agree
that were
with
used.
this DeKalb. And actually, he is coming across as someone
Tim's
who's in
older
an
brother
abusive
moved in too. Really awesome guy, by the way. Freaking love that guy. He's so nice.
It's so sad.
I kind of miss him, actually. I lost contact with him. But anyway, we get there and we go to the Fusion office, Tim and I, and we sit down with the CEO, and they're all excited about it. We're telling them about what our plans are. It wasn't exactly, I don't remember exactly what we
Everyone
proposed
has
to the
skeletons
to
in their
Fusion.
closet, guys.
So
Everyone.
they were really excited about it. They were like,
including
yeah,
you.
this is great.
Just
You know, a couple
remember
months
that.
went by. Tim and I were skating actually, and I broke my tailbone about a month later. Man, that sucked. Anyway, the show never panned out. It never worked. Well, they just never got the funding for it. But around the same time, Tim was kind of. You actually might have remembered his speech, his rant on YouTube, where this was when I was still on TimcastIRL, talking about golden handcuffs. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Some people who remember the TimcastIRL show might remember the golden handcuff speech. It was a great rant, and I kind of coaxed it out of him because I piss him off. Let's be honest. I aggravate the piss out of him. And he's told me as such, actually. I recently reread some of our correspondence via Facebook around that time. Well, the TimcastIRL
It's
time.
a control thing.
But
That's why Adam pisses
the
Tim
golden
off.
handcuffs.
Adam takes Tim out of
When
control.
they wouldn't let him speak his mind, when they wouldn't let him talk about certain things because they wanted a specific narrative.
And now
to
Tim
be,
is making everyone sign an NDA
put
so they
forward.
don't spill the beans.
Interesting. Yeah. So anyway, that was that time that he was referring to. Basically, quitting that job and moving out. Now, I was in Sweden at the time when he moved out, and he didn't tell me. And I got back to Miami to an empty house with no electricity in the summertime. It was brutal. So I had to, and I was by myself. Nisha was still in Sweden. So I had to pack a box truck, and I stayed there for a few days. I don't know if you've ever been in Miami in August with no air conditioning. It sucks. But anyway, I drove across the country. So I had moved.
I'm going to do
my
this anyway,
wife,
Andrew. I was thinking
and
about
our
this.
life.
It's a good idea.
We moved our shit all the way to Miami. And then we left because it didn't come to fruition. Now, that's not really Tim's fault. I don't blame him for that. That was Fusion and, the TV studios, whatever. They never had it come to fruition. So a few years go by. I hadn't spoken to Tim pretty much this whole time. I think he was in Connecticut doing something with mines, maybe. I know Bill Ottman's up there. This is when when he met Ian. Anyway, he was up. Maybe it is in Connecticut. I don't know. We really didn't speak much. But I was living in New York with Nisha at the time, and I had just moved from New York. New York was kind of dead to me. I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with New York. I feel like New York died when CBGB's ended. I don't even remember that was.
This is the most real I've seen Adam in a while.
Somewhere in that time span. I don't really recall, but I don't know. There was a decline in the vibe of New York.
He's not putting on a show right now. He's not presenting.
Yeah, we moved to Arizona, and we were building our life there.
This is real.
Nisha just got a job and started getting some friends, and I was finding some solace and actually a purpose in designing video games. Nothing ever came of that, but I still kind of want to do that maybe one day. But I was talking to Nisha one day, and I said, you know what? I'm going to take every opportunity that comes my way. I'm not going to turn it down. I really want to. I feel like I've missed opportunities in my life. I've made decisions that.
Yes, he does seem more mature here.
Are against my instincts, and I always regretted that. So if it
I strongly doubt he'll apologize to me, but I don't hate Adam.
I'm not joking
when
I say this.
I'm on his
the
side
next day, Tim called me, and he asked me if I wanted to do a show again. And of course, I was like, I really like we did this. I moved to Miami, and you kind of left me high and dry. And Tim was like, no, I'm funding it this time. I'm gonna do it. I want to set it up. I've been doing well on YouTube. I've mastered the algorithms. No, he didn't say that, but well, he didn't say it at that time. But and let's be honest, he has mastered the algorithms.
Yes, he has.
He's definitely good at that. So I said, all right. I talked to Nisha about it, and she wasn't really keen on the idea. She just got a job. She actually got 2 jobs. She was going to be a dive master for a dive shop. She loves scuba diving. Like, it's in her blood. Her and water
It's different
are
because
one and the
this
same.
is real life.
So
He's
it was
talking
kind of
about
hard
real
for me
life
to
right now. He's
even
not putting on a
accept that,
show.
because I would have to uproot her yet again, and we had just moved 6 months prior. But
That's how
ultimately,
you know it's
we
real.
agreed that it would be good.
Yeah.
Tim and I have a good dynamic together, as we proved with TimcastIRL. So we decided to move there. So it was like January. I don't remember exactly the dates, so I'm gonna kind of like roundabout when I made my first trip to New Jersey. I think it was like middle of January of 2020. So I flew out, and it was freaking brick cold. I remember that. And we were discussing what was going on, what we were going to do, and it seemed like it was going to be awesome. And I was pretty excited about it. And it was just a short trip. And while I was there, Tim's brother stole my jacket, my only winter jacket. Like, I was freezing, and he took my jacket and freaking bolted. Now, I don't want to get into why he left, but it wasn't on good terms. That's not really my place to get into. I'm just really pissed off that he stole my jacket. And Tim even confirmed it with his mother later on. So, like, we found out he did take my jacket, but I still don't have that jacket back. I would love to have that jacket back. It was actually custom made for me. I got it in Alaska. So it's still kind of like, damn you, Chris. Fucking thief. Yeah, so I went back, and now he moved out. So I wasn't gonna see him anymore, which was fine by me, like, whatever. And I think it was like a couple weeks later that I came back with more stuff and moved into Chris's old room. So that became my room, and it was pretty sweet, actually. Tim gave me, because Nisha was going to be joining, he gave me the master bedroom, which had the private bathroom. And for reasons you'll come to know, that was a saving grace. Like, having my own bathroom in that household. Now this is I'm going to remind you a few times throughout this segment of the story that this was right before COVID hit. Okay? Right before the lockdowns, when everything closed and we couldn't go anywhere. Because that really changed the atmosphere of that house. So I started building the set, and I built the entire set for TimcastIRL. I got fake walls, and I put the backing and the foam, and put it all together. Tim got the like technical stuff, because he's such a geek with technology. He really loves his gadgets. I mean, who doesn't, right? What guy doesn't love their gadgets? And when you're successful like that, good. And it was awesome. And it really started so fantastically.
He had a lot of
Like,
ownership over it.
I've really loved TimcastIRL. I really did. I had such a blast on that show. And at the beginning, Lydia didn't have a camera. I don't even think she had a mic. I think
She didn't. I remember the
she was just
beginning.
sitting
She was just
on the
producing.
other side of the room, and it was me and Tim.
Yeah, that was what
in
it
the
was
very
like.
beginning. And I thought that was kind of weird, because Tim would like yell to like, okay, can you do this? Like, he'd be talking to her, and everyone's like, who's he talking to? Like, what's going on? And I actually advocated for her to get a mic and a camera. I was like, it's kind of weird. Like, she should have a camera. She should have a mic. Like, she should be like a part of this. And that happened. And there was a time
I'm feeling sad too.
where things
I'm
just
feeling really
felt
bad for him.
awesome. You know, things were smooth, and that was March. February. It was like the first month and a half, maybe the first 2 months. But then the lockdown hit and COVID happened, and we kind of got locked into a house together. And it wasn't a very big house.
No, it was
It was
not
a
a big
4-bedroom
house.
house.
It was not big at all.
And at the time, there were 6 people living in the house, including me and Nishra. So we had 1 bedroom. And then I think Lydia had a room, Tim had a room, and Tim's assistant had a room. And who else was it? I don't remember when Ian moved in. Do you remember? Yeah, right when I came. Ian moved in right away as well. Right. I forgot about that. Right. So yeah, Tim hadn't originally planned on this house being like the main place. You know, he was looking at property around the corner, like in the neighborhood, you know, so that we can like kind of spread out. You know, and I didn't have to pay rent. You know, it was an awesome situation, right? I mean, like I said, you know, there was a time where it was awesome, like it worked. Um, but it feels like it very quickly devolved. And I blame the lockdowns mostly, you know,
I've been
because
saying I really
had
do
we
think this is going to be
all been able
better
to
for his mental
get away
health to
from
get
each
this out of
other
his system. I
and
really do believe that.
maybe get our own place, get our own space, you know, you couldn't go see other places. You couldn't even see a house. No one was showing anything. There was no uh you just couldn't do anything. You know, restaurants were closed, bowling alleys. I mean, we all lived it, right? I don't really need to, you know, explain that to you. I feel like everyone remembers March of
Like Adam's got
2020,
almost 5,000
you
people
know,
watching
and
him. How
April
great
of
is that?
2020.
Good for him.
You know, there was something that really started irking me, and that was the way that honestly both Tim and Lydia had this mentality of being high and mighty and know best, and they're the smartest people that have all the answers. And I don't like that attitude. You know, I never want to be the smartest guy in the room. I never want to claim I have the answers, because no one has all the answers, right? I'll have advice, I'll have opinions. There was yeah, I don't know. There was something about that really bugged me. And there was this vibe of both of them teaming up on me. And this wasn't just on the show. You know, this was persistent at all times. And uh, let's just be honest, Lydia is a yes man to Tim. That's
Because I
all
feel
she
like
did.
it. If you don't like it, go watch
She
his
had
stream.
no opinions of her own. And this was not just live. And it was so irksome. You know, I would catch her lying live about books that she read. And I'd ask her a second later, oh, okay, what was in that book that's relevant? Like, what made you think of that book? Oh, I actually didn't read the book. I was like, you just said you read the book.
Lydia always came across like
Um,
that to me.
you know, I wrote a lot of stuff down
What are you guys thinking so far?
that
Let me know
happened
your
through
comments in the
this
chat. I'll
time
display some
period.
of them on the screen.
Um,
This is all just very sad to me
oh
right now.
man.
He's obviously very, like, he is emotionally invested in
So
this.
Tim and I skated a lot in this time period, right? Tim built a mini ramp in his backyard. It was awesome. It was freaking that was probably the best thing about being locked up in that
Yeah,
place,
I'm
is
feeling
that
sad for him.
we could go out and skate. And Tim and I did often. We would go out and skate. We had, You know, I learned a lot of new tricks. Tim taught me. Tim's insane skater. You know, he can do some crazy tricks.
I think he's being honest too.
And I'm a very different skater than him.
It is very
He's very
sad.
technical, and I'm very flowy with my style of skating.
I think he's nervous. I don't think he's
So,
walking on eggshells.
you know,
I think he's very
I mean,
nervous.
skating is an art form, right? You really, it's hard to say someone's a better skater. Although Tim was telling me how
Yeah,
what's his name? Aurelian?
it was like a
Aurelian
death.
Gerard? I think that's what his name is. I think he's Spanish or something, or French. European though, and amazing skater, very technical, very Tim style of skating, very clean and precise. And Tim was sitting, he's like, man, he's the best skater in the world. And I was like,
Yeah, I agree.
I don't agree. Not to be a contrarian, because I didn't agree. As I said, skating's an art form. And I bet you can guess what he said to me. We weren't live. We weren't streaming at the time. That's right. You guessed it. He told me I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And Lydia chimed in. Yeah, he is the best skater in the world. Lydia, what the fuck do you know about skateboarding? I'm sorry. You don't know anything about skateboarding. What? And I thought that was hilarious because she didn't. I mean, of the three of us, I was the only one who happened to be a pro skater at one point in his life. I wasn't at the time. I'm no longer. But I was a pro skater. I rode for Arbor Skateboards and Bustin' Boards in New York before I got onto the Arbor team. And skating's an art form. You can't tell me one person's the best skater in the world, and then when I disagree, you instantly just say I'm wrong. That's laughable. And I laughed. I did. I thought it was hilarious.
I agree with Adam.
I probably should have called Lydia out. I didn't. I just laughed in my
Lydia
head because I
picks
thought
up
that was
her
ridiculous.
character from other people. That's the problem.
But those skate
Lydia
sessions
has no
that Tim and
personality
I
of her
started
own.
having, I started to notice something. Lydia would always be around. She would hover around Tim everywhere. Everywhere. All the time. There was never a point where Tim was not in the room with Lydia. I'm sorry, let me say that again. There was never a point where Lydia was not in the room with Tim because she would follow him around all the time, like nonstop. It was so annoying because that like mimicry that she did was ever present. You know, that I still I lived with her and I still fail to see her personality because all she did was mimic Tim.
Yeah.
And man, was it annoying. And that's when let me show you a little layout of the house. So I walk up the stairs.
It's got props.
I would turn left. I would go down the hallway, and there was 2 doors. There's my room. There's Tim's room. Right? Tim always had his door open. You know, he'd be sitting on the bed.
Excellent point to cop.
Beanie-less. That's right. He didn't always wear his beanie, all right, guys? And no, he doesn't care about being bald. He doesn't give a shit. You know, Tim's learned the golden rule of being on the internet. You don't care what other people say. You just do the work. I learned that from him. Others could learn from him too. You know, he's got an insane work ethic. But that weird, like, hovering Lydia suddenly made sense.
No, I think he's reading from notes.
When
I think he
saw
probably
her
has notes on
in
his screen, and
the
he
bed
has
with
his
him.
wife there too.
And it was,
But he's
I
not
was
reading off
like,
of a teleprompter.
what the fuck?
He probably
Okay,
just has
this is
like bullet
weird.
points.
Now, I didn't see them doing anything. They were just,
Yeah,
that
she is. I
became a
agree.
thing.
She picks up personality
And
from other people.
It all made sense. And then I learned that Lydia was married. And I was married at this time. I still am. I have a absolutely wonderful wife and partner who I would never cheat on. I've been cheated on before. I think it's horrible. And I have zero respect for people that do that.
I know who's
and
a big
I
hate me.
lost a lot of respect for Lydia. I didn't lose all my respect for her, but I lost a lot of my respect for her. I guess I really didn't have too much to begin with, but
People shouldn't judge other people's relationships.
that's
This is the only
still
point I disagree with
that's
Adam
still
on.
something that
You don't know
changed
what their
a lot
relationship
for
was.
me. I had to sit
I'm not on Lydia's
across
side.
from
I'm
her
just saying that you
every
don't know
single
what
day
other people's relationships
and
are.
listen to her lie and mimic Tim, and it was kind of nauseating. Yeah. So that what is that, like April, May? It's starting to get a little nicer outside. And Tim told me about his girlfriend, Allison, who's very lovely, by the way, and that she was coming to live in the house in like 3 weeks. And I was like, wait a minute, hold up.
That's weird.
Your girlfriend is going to move in here now with Lydia and you, and like, so wait. And I actually pulled him aside and I said, Tim, what the hell? This isn't going to work. Like, this is unfair on Allison. This is unfair on Lydia, because Lydia clearly loved him. She was infatuated with him. She would literally do anything that he asked her to do. And, I didn't think it was fair. I was like, this is going to hurt somebody. Right. And, Tim was like, this is, no, it's fine. It's fine.
That was a bullshit move on Tim's part. I'm
Which
sorry. That was
shocked
utter
me,
and complete bullshit that Tim did
because
that. Because Adam is right on this.
That's a freaking disaster waiting to happen. I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't met Allison yet, so I didn't know who she was. Tim told me nice things about her for a couple months, kind of talking about her, or that she was coming. And I don't know. I just that really kind of it threw me off. It threw me off.
That's like a sense of entitlement that, like,
And I don't know. There's a few things I feel like before I move on, I want to. There's just like little things. I mentioned this before on my show. The Timcast mail. You guys remember the mail? Timcast had a PO box, and I have a PO box as well. And people have sent me some really awesome things. And every single time, I feel so honored that someone not only watched my show, but took time to put something together to send me, whether it be a card, 1,000 piece all white puzzle put together by algorithms. This is an actual thing someone sent me. It's very cool. I still have it.
wow.
And I want to frame it because it's freaking badass. This custom made smash button. Oh, hold on.
Oh my God! Someone wrote Carlin was right in his chat.
Now you can. Oh, it's way too bright.
Oh, that's funny.
There we go. Boom. The Hulk hands. You guys remember the Hulk hands? Classic. This Adamcast skateboard. Someone made that for me because I took over the Timcast IRL show when Ian and Lydia took a van and drove it all the way to Texas in April.
So Tim and Lydia were sleeping
You guys
together
remember that?
way earlier than I thought, because I thought it started
A lot
when
of people were
they
questioning
took the
things
van
online.
together. But I didn't realize it started way before that.
I'm not saying that they did. I don't know. All right. I don't know, guys, for certain. But someone sent me that because I did Adamcast. The original Adamcast was actually on the Timcast channel. And I just renamed it. I wrote Adamcast and I did the show. I didn't do the full 2 weeks. I think I did 7 episodes over the 2 weeks, just here and there. It was a lot of fun. Nisha joined me for one of the episodes. It was awesome. And someone sent me that board, and it arrived like a week later in the P.O. box, and it was marked for Timcast. So Tim saw it and was like, "Oh, I guess this is for you." I was like, "This is amazing! Like, this is." I was
That is a really
hyped
cool
because it's
gift.
so badass. A week later, 30 Timcast IRL boards arrived in the mail. Tim he saw that and immediately went to order his own skateboard. It was telling. But all the things that came in the mail, what bugged me the most is they didn't give a shit what was in it. Both Tim and Lydia. They would just open the shit and like
They
look
were
for anything that was
ungrateful.
cool. I don't think he read a single thing. He may have. I didn't see it. From what I did see
Not yet, Murphy's Pool, but
and
I saw
heard,
you in Adam's
all
chat.
he
Don't
did was
think I
look
didn't
and
notice.
see if there was any money in it. And it was so
Really?
like gross
He
to
just
me.
looked to see if there was money?
Because
What the fuck? Is it like a
I
Christmas
really
card
love
from your
my
grandparents?
chat. I loved the Timcast chat.
That's
I
bullshit.
loved the Timcast chat. It was so much fun because Tim would do the reading. You know, Tim was the host, and I give him that. It took me a while to learn how it was to be a host, to read things out loud. I sucked at it when I first started 2 years ago.
It is
Jeez,
not
it's been
as
2 years.
easy as you guys think
I
it
really
is.
did.
It really is
Took
not.
me a long time
like,
to really get a flow, you know, a vernacular of how to say things and how to read things in a way that wasn't jarring on the ears.
I'm not saying I'm good at
That
it,
was
but I'm
you know,
better than I once
it was
was.
an experience, something I needed to learn. I wasn't very good at it. But that bugged the shit out of me, man.
I do want to
Because
give
the
Adam a
fans are
big
everything.
group hug.
You know, the fans, the people that watch, your viewers, that's the reason why you're there. That's
This is the
reason
Adam
why
that
it's
I
successful.
remember. Not whatever he's become
That really
now
irked
for like
me.
what
I
he's
don't know.
doing. This is the Adam I remember.
I feel like I'm missing some stuff.
That's why I was always on his side in the first place.
Yeah. I guess this is about the time that August hit. Now, for those who don't know, August 12th was my last day on
This is the
Timcast
Adam
IRL.
I liked as well.
And Tim had a conversation with me about a week before I was let go. And this conversation was about money. And this money conversation went something like this. Hey, Adam, we're doing so well that the cut that you're making, my accountant is telling me it's too much for us to pay you that amount. Like we were crushing it. And I was getting a percentage of the show. I won't get into the details about that.
I hope Adam gets a lot of views
because
on this.
Tim
It's almost 7,000 now.
It was a fair share. You know, I wasn't complaining. You know, Tim got a larger cut than me, rightly so. It was his show. You know, he led and I was the co-host. But that conversation stuck with me.
It would not surprise me if
I was
this
like,
was the case.
Whatever we need to do to figure it out. And at this time,
what other expenses did Tim have? What other expenses were resulting in him saying you couldn't afford to pay Adam? That makes no sense. If
Actually,
you got a cut of the
a very
show,
important part
it
of
makes
this.
no sense to say.
Allison moved in July.
Oh God.
And
that is a dirty move on Tim's part.
Allison, being the sweetheart that she is, she really is great.
He is
I really
mourning.
like her a lot.
That is very
and, Tim
correct.
is lucky to have
I agree
someone
with
like her.
that.
I don't know if they're still together.
He's mourning the death of the friendship.
I don't communicate with anyone over there, but
that's why it feels
this
sad
fucking
to watch
bitch
this.
Lydia. I'm sorry. I can't stand her. You know, the audacity for her to do what she did after Allison moved in. That was all the respect that I had left went out the window because Allison went on vacation a couple weeks after she got there.
Tim was involved in that too,
I think she was
Adam.
visiting family in Chicago or something. And Lydia fucking gets in Tim's bed and like waits for him. And to Tim's credit, he fucking kicked her out. Like, get out of my room. Like, what are you doing in my room?
Good.
Respect. And I heard she said, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, have you no respect at all? Obviously, she doesn't. You know, and that was like the worst of it, right? Because she would, that hovering that she did with Tim, once Allison got in the house, it didn't stop.
Oh God.
You know, like you'd
Lydia.
think that you would respect Tim and his girlfriend to like maybe watch a movie together or maybe do something together, just them, and let them do it. But no, you know, she was always there. And let me remind you, this was during COVID still.
Yeah,
everything was
I
still
call
locked
BS
down.
on
We couldn't
this.
go do
Tim
anything.
makes a
So
metric
the only place
fuck ton
that
of
we
money.
had to be was in that house.
I call BS
You know,
on
Tim and I would go
having
skating,
financial
and Allison,
difficulties.
you know, she could skate a little bit, so she would pad up and stuff, and like Tim was teaching her some stuff. It was rather cute, actually. They're a cute couple. I'll be honest, they're a cute couple together. And then Lydia comes out and gets on a skateboard. Like, can you show me some stuff, Tim? It's like, oh my god.
Tim should have fired Lydia.
Come on.
He really should have.
Seriously?
He should have fired Lydia. This was a horrible move keeping her around this long.
The first time I had seen
and
Tim
Allison
and Allison
must have the
without her
patience
there
of a saint.
was like that day. And she comes out with a skateboard. It was just the definition of cringe.
I can't imagine how Allison put up with all this shit, to be honest.
So that added to my like with Lydia, right? So my red pilling was in full effect at this point. I'm doing my research. I'm reading about cultural issues, political issues. I didn't want to sit on a desk with Tim and be told I'm wrong without being able to back up what I was saying, my opinions. So I started doing that very well.
Well,
and in doing that,
I wouldn't say that her current husband should judge her for this, because
co-host to Tim, as many of you may remember. I know
everyone
a lot of
has a past, guys.
Don't even know that I was on that show.
Everyone has skeletons.
That's not what defines me.
We should all wish that Lydia and her husband have a happy marriage and a good relationship.
Really good dynamic
that's really all that
between the two
matters.
of us. But in doing that, I started changing some of my views on things. And one of those things is abortion. Now, this is something that took me a long time to get over. To forgive myself for, because I had gone through an abortion and it was very difficult for me. I was asked what I wanted to do, and I said, I'll support whatever choice you want to make. And she chose to have an abortion. And there's not a part of me that doesn't think back, and I don't want to say regret, but you know, maybe I could have said yes, and maybe I'm in direct I have the direct responsibility for maybe murdering one of my children.
You're not responsible,
now I'm
Adam.
happily married. I love my wife very much, and I am
Adam needs to
very
forgive
much
himself.
looking forward to being a father.
He needs to forgive himself.
And going through this
is why I don't believe in moral right or wrong
process. Basically, like really,
you need to forgive
understanding
yourself.
Life is a lot more challenging.
People make mistakes,
intricate than being a child.
People learn
more than you would ever understand as a ignorant youth. Well, I mean, it's still, and it will always affect me. It'll always be something that
he needs to forgive himself.
Remember,
I think Tim will ignore this.
I have to live with that for the rest of my life. And
yeah, that whole thing's gonna be a shit show, Cyrus.
I've forgiven myself. I've forgiven myself.
I don't mind Kanye
for
running.
that. And being able to forgive myself is the only way I would have ever been able to tell this story.
I can't. He blocked me
Because
on
this
Twitter.
is kind of an important part of the story. Because Lydia, being the high and mighty righteous slut that she is very vocal online about how righteous she is. And we followed each other on Twitter, and I would see her high and mighty posts about how virtuous she is and how pro-life she is and all this stuff. And it triggered the fucking shit out of me because I knew the kind of person she was. The sinful, disrespectful person that didn't give a shit about anyone but herself. And Tim. Clearly, she cared about Tim.
Oh, Tim's chat tonight is going to be off the chain.
So that
That's
last
a good
episode
point,
that I was
Gerald.
on.
I didn't think of that.
Well, I mean, it was multiple. It was like a week, basically. Abortion was a hot topic issue, right? We were talking about it a lot. It was in the political conversation, as it always is.
This is why
And
you should not pretend to be pure.
She
Everyone
of course was
has
acting
skeletons.
her like I mentioned.
Everyone.
And I was getting annoyed.
Oh, Tim is taking the night off.
And I talked
yeah,
to
I wonder
Nisha
why.
about it, and I was like, I have to say something. Like, I have to I want to be like, hey, you don't understand like what it's like for people who may have been in that situation. Maybe I was trying to convince myself that because I still had this, it was like locked in a box, right? And I feel like that red pill journey that I was on kind of was unlocking this box, and I was having to face some things that I had locked in there. And this was definitely one of them. It was very, very much something that I'll never forget. I have to live with. So on that last episode, Tim said that he was pro-choice. And the way that I sat,
he needs to reach out to me.
And Tim was here, and
I
Lydia
have.
was there.
I did.
So
I told him to tell his story, and he blocked 100% me.
100% of the time. So I would always see her face, and I would always see her like nodding yes to every single thing that Tim ever said. And this is the first time I ever remembered her disapproving of what he said. And she looked right at me with this like disapproving scowl when he said I'm pro-life, or that he's pro-life, right? And she shook her head at me with like the most disapproving glare. And I'm like, fuck you. Don't fucking look at me with that. Oh, like I was so pissed. And at the end of that show, I said something. I was like, what the fuck? Like you gotta, you don't understand. Like, blah, blah. I don't remember exactly what I said because I was really mad. And I said, like, I had an abortion. Like, you're fucking calling me a murderer. And Tim, of course, like, put on his best white knight outfit. And I was like, you can't talk to her like that. And I'm like, I have to talk about this. Like, I have to get this off my chest. I have to talk about the things that are bothering me. I have to be live with this woman every day. Like, I can't not talk about this shit. And that was like basically the end, right, of that interaction. And I left the room. And Nisha and I think we went out for dinner or something. And I didn't see Tim. I didn't see Lydia. And I woke up the next day, and I had a message from Tim.
Thank you, DeKalb. I appreciate
and he said,
that.
Yo, you can't snap at Lydia like that.
Lydia got to Tim overnight.
Which I found that really fucking rich.
Lydia went and talked to Tim separately.
He would yell at Lydia so loudly for fucking up the thumbnails, fucking up the timing, fucking up the algorithm of his baby. I mean, everyone in the house could hear this shit. And this was going on for months. Like, he would fucking scream at her. It was scary. Like,
Tim
he would get
treats his
so
employees horribly,
angry and yell
separately
and
from all this.
scream at
He
her
treats
for
his
fucking
employees
up.
horribly.
And it's like, that shit's abusive on both sides. Like, I feel like they were being abusive to each other, and it was fucked up. But then he came to me and said, "You can't yell at her like that. You can't yell at about her fucking up her job." And I was like, I've never yelled at her for fucking up her job. He's like, "Yeah, you don't do it tactfully." I'm like, every single time she's ever fucked up, this is true. I would call her out the very second the show ended. I said, "Hey, you really need to make sure when I'm talking, you move the button to me, or when you hit the button to change the camera to me, because she's the one who was doing that. Or when Tim starts talking, you really need to make sure it's not on my face, just like sitting there." Like, I was very aware of that, to the point where I had Tim get me my own Stream Deck so I could force the camera to change. That's how often she fucked up that shit.
Wow,
And it's like,
that's insane.
Tim yelled at her 10 times. I can't even count how many times he screamed at her. Like, it was not even yelling, it was screaming. Like, it didn't matter where you are in the house. You heard him fucking blow up on Lydia. I don't know why she stayed. Probably because she was in love with him. But so that morning when he sent that to me, I was like, Tim, I need to be able to work this shit out. I need to be able to vent and like get to like a resolution if I'm going to work with somebody. Like, I can't do this.
I don't think Lydia stayed for
know?
money. I
And
think she stayed because she was in love with him.
It was like a conversation that he was coming from a place of, Adam wants to get rid of Lydia. And I was coming from a place of, I don't think it was
the money.
I don't give a shit if Lydia does suck as a producer. And I didn't choose her to be my producer for this show. And you did meet her on Instagram in DMs when she slid into your DMs, which is true, by the way. Like, it would have been nice if you actually hired a professional producer, because we had a really good quality show. That would have been nice to have an actual producer, not a nurse from Bumblefuck America somewhere. I don't know. I don't even know where she's from. And I said, like, if you're going to push this issue, I'm happy to walk away. Now, my issue was being able to resolve my problems with Lydia. Now, Tim saw that and said,
8,000 watching
that's an
Adam's
ultimatum.
Stream.
Get rid of Lydia or get rid of me. Which is not what I said. It's not where my head was at. Granted, I would have happily had him get rid of Lydia in a fucking heartbeat. Absolutely. Well, he responded with, well, then we're done. The show's done. Show's over.
That was like, so fucking stupid on Tim's part.
Like,
so stupid. So dumb.
And there's a long conversation. And I won't get into the details of it.
I want him to hit 10K
because
too.
That's between Tim
I hope
and
he does very well tonight.
But that was it. That was what I saw, and I was like, okay. So Nisha and I, we went for a drive, and we went to a diner. We were talking about it, and like, I was like, man, maybe I did blow up. Maybe I am like getting triggered because of myself and not Lydia, and I'm the one making the big deal out of it. And to say maybe that's true.
This
maybe
was Tim's fault. I was Lydia dealing with inner issues. This is not Adam's fault. This is not Adam's
I had nowhere to go.
fault.
We were all stuck in this house for fucking
horribly.
Months.
Tim was the leader of this.
I was seeing there was a freaking his assistant would spy on everyone.
Horribly.
Like, there was a literal spy in the house. You'd be like talking privately with someone, and she would walk around the corner and sit down.
Does Lydia
and
know
be like,
Adam is doing this?
Oh yeah, that thing you said like 2 minutes ago. Like, I have something to say about that. I know about that. And it was like, what the fuck? So there was this constant feeling of like being spied on in this house. Every single person in the household, other than me, because I didn't give a shit. walked around Tim
I don't agree
on
with moral
eggshells
right and
because they were
moral wrong,
so
but
deathly
you're
afraid
welcome
of
to
being
have that
fired.
opinion, Bree.
You know, yes, man, Tim. Yes, Tim. Yeah. Of course, Tim. Everybody acted like he was like this fucking
I just don't believe that moral right and
I
moral
don't
wrong
know,
exist. It depends on the
cult leader
circumstance.
or some
It's not
shit. I'm not
there's no
calling
such
him a
thing as
cult
like
leader,
black
but
and white.
that's the vibe I got.
He's
right?
a little bit
It's
like
weird.
a cult leader. He is. Everyone has to live in that house. It's so stupid. It's a frat house.
I heard that while I was at the diner, Tim called Joe Rogan and said, "Joe, what should I do? What do I do, Joe Rogan? You are my idol, the person I want to be." And I don't know what he said exactly in that instance, but he asked him about me and what he should do. And he told Joe that I gave him an ultimatum: fire Lydia or I'm walking, which is not the case. And Joe said, "Wow, you got to fire him. You can't have someone that's going to jeopardize your business," which I found very rich. Now, I didn't find out about this until later.
Adam didn't tell me he gave Tim an ultimatum of fire Lydia or fire, or he was going to walk.
I think he wanted
Adam
me to
told
know, like,
me
oh, it was Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan told me to do it,
that he
so I
wanted
did
a
it.
real producer.
No, you could have changed. You could have.
So I just want to back Adam up on that.
Whatever, I'll let you.
Adam told me that he told Tim that he wanted a real producer.
So that night,
and then Tim fired him for that.
I don't know if you remember the community post on Timcast.
I do.
But there was a fairly lengthy post. I don't have a screenshot of it. I didn't really feel like trying to find it. You know, although I know the date. But basically what it said was, Adam will no longer be on the TimcastIRL show. Someone,
and that was also bullshit advice from Joe Rogan too.
I don't know.
They all needed to sit down and have a fucking conversation.
Saying, like,
that's what should have happened. That was bad advice from Joe Rogan.
He needed to air out his dirty laundry, or like he never aired out his dirty laundry. Something along those lines. Some snarky ass shit. Which I know Lydia probably.
No, I was pretty clear that Adam
and immediately on
said
Twitter
that he wanted a real producer.
Put out this,
which he did say,
tweet that everyone was like, "Oh shit, she's talking about Adam." She absolutely was talking about me.
She obviously was talking about
Make
him.
sure you do your dirty laundry, kids. Like she's some sort of moral mom that anyone should want to listen to. Jesus. Anyway, at that moment, I fucking never saw her again. She could be in the room with me and I wouldn't see her. I X'd her out of my life. Like, I do not give a fuck about Lydia.
They all needed to sit down and talk.
Zero respect for her.
You don't make business decisions like this. It's so gross.
And, you know.
I'm going to have many thoughts after this is all over, by
I liked her at first.
I'll do a full debrief when this is over.
She seemed nice. You know, but a lot of people seem nice. You know, a lot of people want you to see the nicer side of them and convince you that they're actually nice and that you can trust them. You know, there's many people like that out in the world. And it's always a shame, you know, when you see the real person inside. You know, anyone has the capacity for evil, right? Anyone. So yeah, that
sounds like he's gonna cry.
That was that really sucked. I feel like I'm missing some stuff.
Adam did say he wanted a real producer.
Now I feel like that was the preamble, right?
He has literally said that.
That was the chunk. Now a lot of people probably will ask, and I even asked myself, why the hell did I stay? Why the hell did I stay?
Because he still wanted to be friends with Tim.
I did not want to stay. I wanted to fucking leave. I was bounced. I was ready to bounce. I was ready to pack up and fucking leave. But the thing is, I uprooted my wife two times already in a year. And I uprooted her for Tim twice. And she's a music producer. She went to school for music. And she was producing Tim's music. One of Tim's songs, you might know it, Will of the People. I like a lot of Tim's songs.
This is where life gets a lot more complicated than sometimes you guys want to admit that it does.
I kind of I have the word somewhere. I should remember that. But anyway, will of the people, right? And it wasn't done yet. She had been working for months producing this song for Tim, and it wasn't done. She had hired her friends in Sweden who did all the artwork for that music video. Many of you might have seen it, and
There's always a lot more going on than
I
you
wanted
guys
to let her
understand.
finish. And Tim,
That's why you should never make
it was
assumptions about why people do things.
odd because Tim, he acted as if nothing bad happened. It was very odd, and I mean, looking back, I'm very grateful for that because he let me use his cameras. I didn't have anything. He let me use a computer. Like I literally had nothing, right? He let me set up my studio in the basement. Like it was confusing. I mean, I it's taken me a long time to actually like look back at it and process it all. So it's like if on one side it felt like Tim still cared about me, like still cared about our friendship.
This is Tim's manipulation right here. This is how
Shit,
Tim fucks with people to
I
keep
forgot
control over
a
them.
very important conversation. I gotta go back to the day I was fired because that adds to my confusion, right? So
Tim is a
after I went to the
narcissist.
diner and
That's
Tim called
what's
Joe
going
Rogan,
on.
right?
I'll tell you that right now. I'm convinced of it.
I went up to them. I say them because, of course, Lydia was in the room. And I apologized to Lydia. I said, you know, I said to Tim, like, I didn't realize how much my abortion that I had affects me and how much
No, I think it was
getting
control.
triggered
I don't think Tim
by
felt guilty.
her saying this shit.
If he felt guilty, he wouldn't have done what he did.
And Tim said, I don't believe you.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Tim. Jesus Christ.
And that was basically him pulling his pants down and shitting on me, on my friendship with him. Because, like, I mean, I don't give a shit if the bridge is burned.
Tim probably gaslit the
like,
shit out
whatever.
of Adam, to be honest.
That right there was the biggest thing to me. Because I value friendship. I value people who are loyal and honest with me. You know, if you got my back, I will ride to the end of the earth for you. That's just how I am. Like, if you're cool to me, I'll be cool back to you. But when you like go above and beyond and just shit on something that like is, I mean, I'll never get over that. It was really a shitty feeling. He said, "I think you're just using this to get rid of Lydia."
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And mind you, like I said, like I would have happily had him fire her for me to stay. That would have been great. But I also would have been fine with her staying and me continuing to do the show. I was like, and then I weighed my friendship. I said, you know, man, like we've been friends for 7 years and like I really feel, and he cut me off. He's like, we haven't been friends that long. And it was like, damn. Okay, so you don't believe me. We haven't been friends that long. Like, what the hell is your friendship anyway? And I was just like, at that point in that conversation, I didn't care anymore. I was like, fine, actually. If you're acknowledging that to me, like you're basically telling me that you don't give a shit about my feelings or our friendship at all, then like, all right. And I looked at him and the last thing I said to him was, you know, the show is bigger than this, right? It's bigger than you and me.
That was true. It meant a lot to a lot of people.
We're showing the world that friends can disagree and argue and still laugh and still have a little whiskey and jam on a Friday night.
Adam was right about that.
You know, he's proving that wrong. Like the world is so divided, especially in 2020. I mean, even now, I don't feel like that divide has changed at all. I don't think it's necessarily gotten worse. I feel like it's just there. It exists. And the Timcast show really showed that, you know, we could be friends and shit on each other. And we did. I mean, I shit on Tim all the time.
Sometimes people have to have the bigger
It
goals
was a
in
lot of
mind when
fun.
they're doing this shit.
Tim's fun to make fun of.
Personal shit
And
shouldn't
I'm
get
not
in the
saying
way
that out
of
of
the larger
spite.
goal.
I was friends with him and I made fun of him. It was fun. Like, he's very easy to make fun of, but he takes it in stride. He doesn't care. You know, so all those Twitter people that get mad when I poke fun at him, it's like, why are you guys thinking that I'm doing it out of spite? I literally did it every single day for years. And then it was publicized.
Oh,
and
Tim is
people
going to
laughed at it.
pretend
I
this
thought it was
didn't
funny
happen.
because they
He's
thought we
going
were
to
friends.
just like pretend
But now
nothing
that
happened.
they don't know the story of what happened, suddenly I'm like spiteful and petty and all this shit.
This
It's
is
like,
why
no.
you shouldn't project your
I
shit onto
poke
other
fun at
people
people
on
that
Twitter.
deserve it, especially the people that I'm closer to. Now, my relationship with Tim is fucking weird now because like we don't talk, yeah, but I'm not angry at Tim. I'm saddened by this whole thing. I didn't want to end the show.
Oh, you're right. His chat won't
I didn't
ignore
want that.
Yeah,
I didn't want
Tim
it to be
uses
awkward
a lot of people,
because
not
it
just
was.
them. A lot of people.
So when he came to me like 2 days later, right? We hadn't spoken. He took the day off, I guess, and then I think Friday he did the show with just Lydia, and everyone. Shout out to every single person who said no Adam, no peace.
Well,
you guys are the best.
He's telling the
Fucking
story
shout
now.
out to all of you. Thank you very much for that. That meant a lot.
Yeah, I remember that chat the day
Because
after
people
Adam
were telling
got
me,
fired. Holy
they would hit
shit,
me
I
up
was
like,
in there.
"Where are you? No Adam, no peace." I saw it online for months. I still see it.
His name
which
was
is so
Adam
cool.
Crigler.
Like people still remember that and still compliment me on how much they loved the show that was TimcastIRL with me because it's a different show. And I find it interesting too because in that I read this conversation with Tim. You know, and he tells me that the show wasn't what he wanted it to be. He wanted it to be guests. Now it's him and I. And it's like he wants to be Joe. Oh, you want to be Joe Rogan. You want to be like this, like, you know, interviewer guy with guests. Well, hey, Tim.
It was
Joe
a
Rogan
much better
listens
show
to his guests
with Adam on it.
And he also lets them speak.
That's a really good point from Adam.
It's pretty important.
Joe Rogan, Tim does not act like
Joe Rogan. If you're
going to
listen to Joe Rogan for advice, which you obviously do, maybe you should take that advice. So I stayed. And before I even was fired, Tim was in the process of buying another house in Maryland, the Cass Castle, as I dubbed it. That's right. I came up with that name. No, I did. Nisha's trying to say it was her. It was me.
Tim doesn't come up with any original ideas on his own. Tim surrounds himself with creative people, and then
get out of
he
here. It's my show.
steals their ideas.
I named it.
There is no doubt in my mind that one of the two of them named that show.
So after I named it Cass Castle, we weren't sure we were going to move, though, you know, because she was finalizing it. It was like they were going to move. I mean, see, this is so weird. It's so confusing because, like, Tim was, it's like he wanted to be my friend, but it didn't want to resolve anything. And I couldn't do that.
Narcissists do that.
It was very difficult for me.
They just
because
pretend
I'm the
they
type
didn't
of
do
person
anything
that
wrong.
If I have an issue with you, I'm going to say something.
That's a narcissist thing.
And if I don't, it gets to the point where I'm like, I'm just not going to talk to you anymore. Like, if we can't resolve it, like,
well, then
it
you
just makes
should
me
start it.
uncomfortable.
Why
like,
not?
I want to talk about it.
Why can't you?
I have friends in New York who called me honest asshole because I would be blunt as shit about everything and call people out.
Adam needs to accept the fact that he and Tim were
and
never
you saw
really
it
friends.
Live. I mean,
and that's going to be the hardest thing for him.
I would call him out.
They were never really friends, and that sucks.
And he fucking hated
that
it.
Is a really awful realization to come to.
I can't tell you how many times he blew up at me, telling me to shut the fuck up, that I don't know what I'm talking about issues that are stupid.
This just breaks my heart. It really does.
Why are you, he said that to me once. This is before I got fired, and I was like, dude, you can't fucking talk to me like that. What the hell? I don't even remember what it was about.
DeCobb, this is a great point.
No, I remember now.
This is a great point.
Donald Trump pardoned Roger Stone. And Tim said, that's it. Tim's done. Or not, Trump's done. Trump just threw his career in the trash. And I was like, what? No.
Yes,
Like,
this is true.
What, because of that? And he turned and said that to me. And I was like, it shocked me. Now, the election is another story. I hear that he believes it was fair and square. I don't watch the Timcast IRL show, guys. I'll be honest. I've never watched it. I was on it, and then I wasn't on it. I can't be bothered. It might be a little bit better now that you don't hear, yeah, uh-huh,
Lydia provided no value to that show
yes,
at all.
Yes, Tim. Exactly, Tim.
No
right?
value.
Fuck, God. I can't
Oh, Johnny.
stand the
He
sound of
has
her voice.
been and is still spilling the beans.
Maybe I'm being a little petty there. All right, I'll admit that. That's fine. But I don't care. I'll be petty with her.
Adam's correct.
Because,
Lydia
gross.
had no redeeming quality in that
anyway,
show.
I don't talk about her anymore. Tim, he offered to let me use his stuff. He offered for me to live in the Jersey house after he moved out. Probably because he felt bad that I moved my life here. And for her to continue doing music.
Tim did not feel bad. He wanted control over you, Adam. He wanted control.
Like,
this was not about him feeling bad. He does not feel bad.
So it was a confusing time because I was like, I wanted to be Tim's friend. We were friends, but like this stuff wasn't resolved for me. And it's like he just wanted to go back to when it was good and have this like, bro friendship, skating and stuff happen. What? Before we moved to Maryland?
Yeah, I think Adam, this is going to be so good for Adam. I really do believe that. I think he's going to be like much better after he gets this off of his chest. He's been carrying this around for a long time.
I thought that was later. I thought that was in Maryland at that point.
Everything is tracking with things I've heard.
So, well, I guess
everything is tracking.
She's got the better memory than me. That's the only time you're ever going to hear me say that. Damn it. Shit, she's got it recorded. She's going to play that segment to me whenever we have an argument. Like, who came up with the word castle, which is me, by the way. She's going to be like, who has the better memory? Damn, I gave her that. Well, I mean, but honestly, I always had hoped that I'd be back on the show. I mean, I didn't believe that I was truly kicked off the show.
That's
because it was so successful.
Because Tim was stringing Adam along
so well
the entire time.
We were locked
as a way to control
COVID.
him.
It's like Tim blew his fucking top towards Lydia in more ways than one. I meant more times than that, more than one time. Sorry. Bad joke.
You said the right thing, Adam.
But bad joke. So it's like, what? Because I got upset one
Adam
time?
is the only person who has not signed the NDA.
You were sick.
This is why he needs to talk.
Paying me as much as you did because the show was
Tim
doing
forced
better
everyone else
and
to sign
better
those
and better.
bullshit NDAs, and they're really bad, guys. Those NDAs are really bad.
With the day he fired me, he said I have an ego problem.
No, Tim has the ego problem.
Me?
No, Tim has the ego problem.
I had the ego problem, Tim? Seriously, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck out of here. So I guess a part of me always wanted to be back on the show. I wanted that energy back because it worked. And I was willing to do it. Because as I said, this is what I told Tim, that it was bigger than us. It was a show that showed two friends that could freaking poke and prod each other and still be friends. And in the end of the day, the world needs to see that. We have to understand that you can disagree and it's okay.
You cannot graduate from high school and still be the smartest person in the room. That doesn't mean you need to be a jackass.
This person voted for Trump and this person voted for Biden.
Oh,
or this person didn't vote at all.
Really bad NDAs too. Tim owns everything they do.
I'd rather
if they
there
sign
be
that
informed
NDA.
voters
They're really bad
than uninformed voters that vote blind. That's a different conversation. it really boiled down to a trip that me and Nisha took with Allison, Tim's girlfriend, or former. I'll be honest, I don't know.
No, I think
At the
she's still
time,
his
his girlfriend.
I think she still is.
And we went hiking and we went tubing. She needed to get out of the house, and she was like, "I know you guys need to get out of the house too. Come with me," because we were friends. She was really cool, and we did. And we went down. We went to this. They got an Airbnb in a cabin somewhere. It was freaking rad. We stayed there for a weekend, and on the way back up to Jersey, we stopped at the New Maryland house because at that time they finalized the purchase for this place, which I guess got doxxed right away, which is really
Got
sad because
doxxed really fast.
and shitty. Pardon me, because I know Tim went through a lot to try to get a house like off the beaten path that no one knew about. So it's kind of sad that someone doxed it right away. But we were there, and Allison, she was dealing with Lydia because Lydia was making her jealous. Dude, Lydia would walk in the room. Tim is sitting next to Allison and sit at Tim's feet and massage Tim's feet.
What?
With Allison sitting next to Tim.
What the fuck is wrong with her?
That's fucking weird, man. And like Allison would like look at Tim, and Tim would be like, "Life is good," It's like, dude, like that's weird, man.
Wow.
She's your producer. Like, what? What? That's your girlfriend. Like, what the fuck is happening right now, man? And now that I'm like digging back through this. So the last couple weeks, I've been opening all of my memories and talking to Nisha, and she's helped me like write down a lot of the stuff that she was living there too. She saw all this as well as I. These little comments, the way that Lydia would flirt with Tim and with guests, and I know it happened with Luke later on with his girlfriend. Like she would flirt with him. I heard, I'm not going to say names, that she threw herself at someone and they denied her, and that someone got fired like the next day.
I've heard that too.
That's what I heard.
I've heard that too.
But
I
anyway,
don't know if it's from the same source, but I've
Allison
heard that
was like,
too.
I can't stand this. Like, I'm going nuts. And like, I would like it if you guys came as well, because she liked us. We were all friends. Like, we all got along really well. She wanted us to come, and Nisha was still working on that song. It wasn't done yet because, it was in the finalizing process when they were all moving. And there was an in-law suite. And Tim was like, yeah, take the in-law suite. That's great. I was like, that's pretty awesome. So like, I feel like in the back of my mind, I was like, Tim's clearly cool with me. It feels like he wants me to be a part of this still.
No, he just wanted to control
and
you,
I think
Adam.
He did.
He just
I think he really
wanted
did
to
want
control
that.
you. That's the reason he did it. It was just
so
about
we decided
control.
to move to Maryland as well. So we moved to Maryland, and I officially moved. Like, all my stuff was still in Arizona. We hadn't moved officially to Jersey. And we went out to my spot in Arizona, and we rented a freaking massive truck, packed all of our stuff, like everything, right? Like, we got all of our stuff. Like, we full on moved into this in-law suite, and it was beautiful. It was freaking awesome. And actually, that was a really nice time because I was doing my show. Nisha had her own freaking beautiful office because the house is really dope. I'm sure you might have seen it. You might have followed the Cast Castle. I don't know if how much of the house they've shown the internet, but it's freaking cool. And like Tim decked it out all over the place. There's like a movie station. There's an indoor skate ramp. This place was freaking a bachelor's paradise, But I got to live in there with my wife, which, by the way, is where we met Osiris, which is our cat who came with us. She adopted him officially, and he came with us. And that was the best thing to come out of that place. And I don't see him right now. normally sits.
You should never
like, right
fire
here. I got a
someone
little
based on a
cat bed.
single conversation. So if Joe Rogan gave that advice, it was
So,
really bad advice.
we
You need
move
to have
in to
conversations
Maryland,
with people. You need to talk to people.
and
I'll talk more about this after we're done.
there's a lot that started going on in the Maryland house. And the beauty for me was I was very far removed from it because I was in the in-law suite, and we had our own entrance. We had our own garage door. So I never saw anybody. I never had to see Lydia, who lived in the house. I very rarely saw Tim, although we did skate sometimes, and he started rollerblading and got me rollerblades, which was very cool of him. Clearly wanting to be my friend still, and I'm not gonna lie that, there's a piece of me that like wanted that friendship too, because he's very competitive. Very, very competitive. That's why I can't play Magic with him anymore. But like playing sports, like skateboarding especially, it's an interesting sport
Yes,
because
I agree.
you're competing
He's
against yourself.
recounting an abusive
But when you have
relationship.
someone that you're skating with that's also really
I
competitive,
agree.
you kind of like you progress so much faster.
This is what
So
happens
because
when
of
you're
Tim,
telling
I
real
became such a better
stories.
skateboarder, and a rollerblader. Actually, I liked rollerblading, but I wasn't really like a trick rollerblader. So, hold on, let me check my list to see if I'm missing something.
He's about to cry. This is so sad.
Oh yeah. I can't say any of this stuff. Actually, I gotta. There's certain things that like aren't my story to tell. Crazy shit that happened though, dude. It was that like, if that whole house was a Big Brother episode or season, like if they truly were honest and like talked about the shit that was going on, that would be more viral than anything Tim has ever done.
It's true. I've heard
I'm
things.
not joking. It's crazy. But then Tim hired a longtime friend of his, and she was awesome. She is awesome. I don't know if I'm gonna keep names out of it, but she was fantastic. I really got along with her. Nisha got along with her. She dated Ian for a while, which was cool. Like they were like a super hippie couple. But Tim hired her for HR in this house. And he made some promises to her about like where she could stay. And she came in the house, and it's basically like, like rugs in a house. You got to shake them out every so often. Airing your dirty laundry, if you will, which I love to do. I love airing my dirty laundry. I like getting it all out of the air because then I can move forward and be clear of part of the reason why I'm doing the show right now. Well, she wanted to clear the air. She saw a lot
Another
of
reason you
pent-up
should join my locals
angst
and come to our Zoom calls. We find out about this stuff way ahead of time.
She saw issues like Lydia not having an NDA, and maybe,
Adam is being very
exposing
vulnerable
Tim
right now,
or lying about Tim. That's what I think was really a threat. Like she could have said, that Tim forced her, into anything, and like, boom, Tim would have been canceled. But
that's
like, no, she loved him.
very true.
And like it was consensual as far as I can tell anyway, right? Again, I never saw them. The door was closed a lot of times. That's all I know. I'm not, it's not like I saw them doing stuff. But anyway, she wanted to clear the air. She wanted to clear the house. And, through the conversations that she was having with everyone, including us, because we were part of that company, We were in the house, so we were involved. She started ripping those carpets up and
Thank you, Nick.
basically causing trouble because
I appreciate it.
nothing was resolved. And to resolve it, you got to talk about all of the stuff, right? And I don't feel like Tim wanted to do that. He just wanted to like work hard.
He should be
and
making money.
do what he does best,
for
which
him.
is report the news. He's very good at his job. I mean,
Yeah,
man,
this
I've
is
said it
real,
before,
Mark.
I'll say it again. Like that guy really
You know,
is incredible at news, right? He researches nonstop. I thought I researched a lot, like after the fact, but like looking back, like damn, he's a workaholic. That man never stops working. It's like, but that's his focus, right? He's focused on that. It's very like, I don't have time for anything. I gotta work. He's got, what does he do? Like 4 episodes or four shows a day about different subjects.
that's what you
And
can't
then
take away
the
from
live
Tim.
show,
He has a work
which,
ethic. That's
guests,
real.
I'm sure he's got people doing it for him now, but anyway, that started causing a ruckus, and she started catching people stealing. Some people got fired.
Seriously.
Man, there's so much that she had to do, but she realized that Lydia was kind of like got a hold over Tim, right? Because like he couldn't get rid of her because she is a threat. Like she could have said some shit. She could have lied about Tim and like said something that like who's to say, right? I mean, I would come in defense of Tim because I feel like she wanted to be a part of that. That she chose to be a part of that. But anyway, this is just where I was at the time. So yeah, she was in there flipping up the carpets. Let's see here. Right. So there was a couple conversations about Lydia, and she started talking to Tim about it, right? And bringing it up, and she was confronting Lydia, and then started confronting her about Allison, and Lydia fucking called Allison a cow. Like,
what?
so like a freaking just like the HR.
This
girl.
is why Lydia
Like,
and
Tim
Carrie
brings
Smith
in
get
HR
along.
department basically.
Right here.
And
This
Lydia,
is
the
why
producer,
Lydia and
calls Tim's
Carrie Smith
girlfriend,
are best
who
friends.
became
They are exactly the same
high-ranking
person.
person in the company. Like Tim promoted her to something to help like work with the company and whatnot. I don't know the details because like, and even if I did,
Lydia
I don't know if
and Carrie Smith, 2 fucking peas in a
it's
pod,
like
man.
it doesn't matter. She was a person that everyone worked for with Tim. He
yeah.
Adam
Adam does miss the friendship.
And like Lydia called her a cow, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you? That's the HR girl, right? And when she told Tim this,
don't worry about it if you don't know.
The next day, she wasn't HR anymore.
Really?
Like,
are you shitting me?
That wasn't what I was expecting, but all right,
God,
whatever.
What a moron. Does Lydia have dirt on Tim other than like how big his dick is?
Eliza
like
for the first time.
I don't
Shout
understand.
out to Eliza Blue. If you guys don't know who Eliza is, she's amazing. She is fighting for human trafficking victims.
Eliza is one of the good
child
ones.
abuse victims. She is
on
the
God,
front
I
lines
do
every
remember
single
now.
day.
Jesus Christ.
Amazing. Shout out to Eliza. She's amazing. But anyway,
she is amazing.
She was a guest on my show virtually, like I do with many of my guests, but she happened to be coming for the Timcast show. And I was like, oh, you got to stay an extra day and do my show. Like, you're here. Like, I got to get you. We got to do like an in-studio guest appearance, which is awesome, and we ended up being really good friends. And, we had a fun night. We went live on Twitter, and we were like all buzzed, laughing and like making jokes, and we were like drunk on Twitter. It was a really funny night. But we were talking about it all, and she was like, oh man, yeah, everything. Y'all
Look,
need
Adam's gonna hit
NDAs,
10,000
right?
viewers. How great
Especially
is
her.
that? Good for him.
It's like, yeah, I think so too. And that actually might have happened before Tim's friend, the HR girl, came into play. Because we were. I feel like me and Nisha, we were like the therapists that lived in that house because we had our own peaceful place. Like Nisha has an incredible aesthetic with our house and all of our homes that we've had, but obviously now our house because we own this place. But it was very peaceful, right? You'd walk in and it was like calming. Number one, because we get along very well together. We have very good energy together. We like
Okay,
peace.
Phil.
We
I'll
like
check right
things to
now.
be, there's nothing hidden. It's very open. And when you have a relationship like that, the environment that you live in feels the same way. And I feel a lot of people came to our spot to vent. And that's how I heard a lot about what was going on in the house because I didn't go over there, but people would come in and like sit and be like, can I like talk to you for a little bit? Because I knew everybody and I knew about what was going on, and I would give advice
I don't know.
because
I don't know about that, Phil.
I liked most of the people there, and I didn't want. I was trying to air my grievances with Lydia, right? Even though all the shit that like the annoyances that I had with her. The reason I blew up on her was I was trying to I need you to know that you're making me feel this way, right? So we can resolve it so that I can be live on air with you in front of tens of thousands of people. I think 500,000 people showed up for our last show, the last show that I was on. It was like, there's so many people. I mean, like, I can't have this nagging in the back of my head that I can't stand, like when you act all high and mighty when I know you're a sinner. Right? I need to get that shit out so that she humbles herself a little bit. Like, chill the fuck out. Like, you're no one that anyone should look up to at all. And here you're acting high and mighty. Anyway, I don't need to go through that again. But
I mean, thank God they stopped talking about me. They should be focusing on this story.
Me, Tim, Lydia, or not Lydia, me, Tim, Allison, and Nisha. We're out to dinner. Now, this is early 2021. I didn't document this stuff, right? I didn't write down in my journal when these things happened. But there was some time after this, and we were out to dinner, and Tim, me, and Allison and Nisha were basically saying like you need an NDA. Like, she is a problem. Like, you could get it. Like, shit could hit the fan. And he agreed. And I was shocked. It's like, yeah, she is a ticking time bomb. It's like, wow, that felt really good to hear, right? Because I know I wasn't alone, because a lot of other people agreed with me, not the internet, like in that circle, that she was an issue and that she was just causing issues because she would be jealous of anyone that Tim was giving attention to or that would give attention to Tim, like a jealous ex-girlfriend, which she was. I mean, literally, she was. Like, they were like together for in this weird
Tim should have known better.
Like, relationship that was
but
going on.
Tim was one of the people
while
carrying
her
this shit
husband
on.
was like in Europe
Tim
somewhere.
should have fired Lydia
going to veterinary
back when
school
they
or
were
something.
in New Jersey.
It's like,
this is all
okay.
Tim's fault.
So he admitted it. He finally admitted. It's like, wow, that feels good.
He has lots of feelings about Lydia, Justin.
And he was like, I don't know what to do. And Nisha was like, I'll work the cameras. I went to school for audio. I'll do the mics and the cameras. That's fine. And I was like, I'll walk back on that set tomorrow. It was the weekend, so like Monday. You know, I was waiting for that. That's what I was waiting for. I'm like, this is actually happening. We got back, and I remember having this big fucking cheesy grin on my face. Do you remember how happy I was that night, Nish? What did he say?
Aha, doesn't it? No, Carrie was
remember.
toxic to me far before. Well, no, actually,
The compliment sandwich?
No, actually, Carrie
Right,
did get toxic with me around the same time she became friends with Lydia
Yeah,
DeKalb. Now I'm thinking back.
He wanted to give her the
You're
compliment
fucking
sandwich.
Right. Wow. That's a whole other story, though.
I forgot about
Go
that.
to Surviving Carrie Smith, KERI.
Yeah, he was. He was scared of her.
Substack.com if you want to learn more.
She had control of him.
I'll link that shit up if you guys want to know.
It's like he admitted she was a time bomb. And I hear she's not with that company anymore, which is I'm grateful for him. I don't trust her. I mean, I've told this story before. I had a friend in high school who was falsely accused of rape and went to prison for 2 years. And then she was eventually so guilty about it that she
people go to
up.
prison for things they didn't do.
She didn't get in trouble at all.
As it turns out.
And he lost 2 years of his life. A good man. Shout out to Antoine. What's up, dog?
Yeah, I'm glad he's telling the story. I'm
in case you were
glad
wondering.
He's doing this.
He's a top chef.
I mean, she did work for them. So it may be. She did work for them. Yeah. I know that.
I don't trust her at all. Zero trust. And we were, I was trying to protect Tim.
Well, Lydia's about to get her ass canceled after this.
All three of us were sitting there.
Lydia's not going to be having fun moving forward.
You got to be like careful about this shit.
And she's brought it on her damn self. I'm sorry.
And he was like, "All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to give her a compliment sandwich. I'll promote her. She'll do the thumbnails and the cutting of the videos. She won't be in this house anymore. She won't see anybody.
Isn't it?
She'll be in an apartment.
I was on Adam's show.
The city.
Lydia didn't like it.
City, whatever.
Lydia was friends with Carrie.
And we'll do that. Like Nisha couldn't do the cameras and the mics, and you'll come back on the show.
I hadn't actually thought of that
straight
before.
up said it.
That's like a
we'll
whole
bring
other
it back
level
to the way it was
up.
Without Lydia. And I mean, I didn't believe it at the time, and I don't know if you noticed, I never went back on that show. Yeah, Monday came around, nothing changed at all. It's like, oh, okay.
You mean her stream? Was she streaming tonight and she stopped?
What happened? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, how did that?
I still think it was Carrie primarily because
said all that shit.
Carrie is psychotic
you admitted
about
that
me, but
you're scared of her. Like, she's a threat to your business.
Man,
right? Like, why aren't you like taking care
Lydia
of it?
Lydia put up a video and then took it down.
Protect himself like that.
Wah wah. I don't feel bad. I don't. Although this is all Tim's fault, and people need to focus where the blame belongs. This is Tim's
that's what I was waiting for.
Fault.
I really wanted that to happen.
Tim should have taken care of this shit when it originally started, and he shouldn't have slept with her in the first place. This is Tim's fault.
Let's see here. No. Oh, yeah. Okay. I forgot about this. So, around this time, now I mentioned Tim's brother.
That is up to Adam.
He stole my jacket from me.
Adam has done me dirty.
While we were doing Timcast,
it's up to him.
His brother, not his older brother that I lived with in Miami, because he's awesome.
Yeah, this is probably true.
I think this is also his older brother, but his closer brother. That's like his full brother. His other brother's a half brother.
I know what you meant.
So it's whatever. His name's Chris. Dude stole my shit. And then he sued Tim for like millions of dollars because of some subverse shit. I don't really know about the business. I don't really care. Tim
Look at the chat coming up next week. Jack Murphy and Lydia debut
his brother
new
was
show.
Making shit up.
Oh!
He also hacked the house multiple times to try to shut the electricity off, to shut our Alexa system down, to do all sorts of funky shit to try to fuck with our show. And Tim was fucking pissed. And I don't blame him, right? Your brother's suing you, trying to literally hacking your house. And I was like, fuck this guy. And he's a thief too. I think he stole a bunch of Tim shit too, but I don't know what he stole. But I know he stole my jacket because Tim confirmed it with Tim's mom, who of course he was living with. So right after this time, when we had this chat with Tim, we were skating outside, whatever, because it was like a
Adam's
nice
gonna
day,
hit
and it's like it's
10K.
good
He's gonna do
exercise
it.
with skating. And he looks at me, he's like, so I hired my brother. And I was like, the one that sued you? The one that stole our shit?
What a dumb move.
That one? The one that hacked your Yeah, he's going to be doing like coding for my website
bro.
or some
This is
shit.
no joke. This is really bad.
And I was like, I said this. I was like, you're going to hire him back, but you're not going to bring me back on? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, keep your enemies close. He's family. You know what? All right. He's family. All right. I can't argue with that. But that stung. It's like, damn, dude. Really? Wow.
Tim was so stupid in regards to Adam.
Okay.
So stupid.
We've always fought like this. I don't. Oh, he's always sued me for millions of dollars. It ain't no thing. He's always hacked my computer system to try to shut me down while I'm live with thousands of viewers, potentially ruining some income. Yeah. It's how my family rolls. Oh, well, then that makes a lot more sense. Interesting. Yeah, so that stung. That was weird.
I was shocked when I saw Chris Pool hanging around when I was watching those couple of streams
I couldn't understand
a few weeks ago.
Why he made some.
I was legitimately shocked that Chris Pool was around again. Another dumb move.
And then go back on different things multiple times. I don't recall when, but he did ask me to come back on the Timcast show.
What
but
do
he
you
also
mean,
said
Andrew? What do you mean?
that I wouldn't be able to do my show anymore.
What?
And then I wouldn't get paid what I got before.
Why?
And I couldn't accept that.
Tim was making millions of dollars a month at this point. Millions of dollars a month.
Had magic together.
There is no way he shouldn't be paying Adam what he is
and
worth.
ice. Like I'm not gonna come back on that show.
Tim Pool makes $3.5 million a month.
That would be making it the show that it was.
He can afford
and not the
to
show
pay
that it is now, which is a very different show. So I hear. Tim loves being the smartest guy in the room, and he loves telling everybody that he's the smartest guy in the room. I can't stand that attitude, and I never let him $3.5
million a month, and you're telling me you can't pay people
Everyone
for
else
doing
believes
work?
In that
such bullshit
company. They believe it, and I don't care who you are. You are not the smartest man in the room, ever. You'll never be. I'm certainly never going to be the smartest man in the room, and I'm okay with that. But that also means I know I can learn from others. I don't like that.
If you're making that much money a month,
you
pay your employees well.
He admitted to me
it's the right thing to do.
After he fired me that he wanted the show to be him with guests. Him not having to think about what segments to do, which is such bullshit because he invites guests on and doesn't even talk about their expertise. He talks about the relevant shit every single day. It's like, come on, man.
And then to tell Adam he couldn't make his own money, like
and talks to them about what they're interested in and what their expertise is, and does a 3-hour episode about it. Yeah, sure, they might dip into DMT, not literally, but figuratively, about some cool side path, but it's because the person's interested in it. And then he listens to their side of the story. It's very different. Tim got exactly what he wanted. He wanted to be the person everyone in the room listens to when he starts talking. Right? That's like, what? Good for him.
Because he's a narcissist.
Like, honestly, I'm happy for Tim. Like, I want him to be successful, right? I don't want him to fail. And he won't, because Tim's a fucking workaholic. That man won't stop working ever. You try to make him to stop work, it won't. That man's gonna work. And he's good at his job. And the people need good news sources that tends to be non-bias. Everyone has a bias, of course, but I mean, he owns the he doesn't own it literally, but he owns up to the milquetoast fence sitter moniker, because that's someone's got to play that part, right? He's riding the line right in the middle. It's like, that's fine. Someone's got to do it, and he does it very well. So where am I? So Tim asked me to be on the show. He also said he was going to fire her, bring me back.
Tim is making $3.5 million a month.
Full status, like where it was before.
Thereabouts.
You know, and that didn't go through. I wasn't going to just give up on my show. I would have had to stop doing my show, right? That wasn't going to happen. I love my show. I love my chat. I love the people that show up to me, to my show and support me. They're amazing. And shout out to all you that are doing that. Yeah, I wasn't gonna give that up. That wasn't happening. But Tim did do something smart. Not that he does do stuff that's smart, but he's made some questionable decisions. He made an NDA. He finally went and did it, and got everyone in the house to sign it, until he came into the in-law suite. And he walked in, and it's funny, he laughed, and he looked at me, and he threw it down. I got it right here.
Don't tell me what to do, Justin.
He threw it down on the kitchen table and laughed and said, "I know you're not going to sign this." Just like that. And then, of course, the COO of the company was walking next to him with a pen and dropped a pen on it. And it was like, all right, well, that's a little weird. You know, I'm not going to sign it. And there's the COO is dropping a pen on the.
He has multiple streams of income.
NDA.
He also has memberships on his website.
And get back to me.
He has super chats. Super chats is where most of your money is going to come from on YouTube.
It's, an NDA, whatever. I didn't sign it. It's partly why I can do this right now. But one thing in here is every single thing that I've created while working with Tim, he would own, including this show. So meaning, had I signed it and worked at on the Castle vlog, which I was offered a position to do that, I would no longer own my show. I would no longer own my song Freely, because I wrote that while I was there. I would no longer own The Forge, another song that I wrote while I was there. And that wasn't happening. And of course, Nisha's a musician and a creative person, a creative mind. And she was like, I there's no way I'm going to sign that. And that was pretty much the final straw. It's like, all right, this isn't going to happen. I'm not going to stop something that, I mean, he did help me build. I would not have as big of a channel without Tim. And I recognize that. And I'll forever be grateful for Tim for that. But I'm not going to give it up for a different job. And I don't make that much money. I'm not Tim Pool level at all. Not even close. Trust me. I know the numbers.
$3.5 million a month. $3.5 million a month.
I had the algorithms against me. I've gotten 9 strikes on this channel since I started it, because I spoke the truth. And everything that I got a strike for to this day has been proven true in the past 6 months. Every single thing. Maybe not the election, but that remains to be seen.
I'm going to super chat that into Adam.
But I wasn't going to give that up.
Adam's fucking chat right now.
I was never going to give you up. I still have the Rick Astley video sitting here. I'm literally, I'm not joking. Like, this is still sitting here on my monitor right in front of me. So That's Rick's message to my show. Never gonna give you up, or maybe to my chat. I'm never gonna give you guys up. Did you guys think that was funny? Did you guys think that was funny when I Rick rolled you at the beginning? Come on, that was funny, right? I haven't seen. It's kind of weird not seeing chat. I haven't seen chat this whole. I don't even know how many people are watching. Could be no one. I could be talking to no one right now. I have no idea. Thank you, Nishra. But when all of this is said and done, I really give Tim a lot of props. Because when we found out that we weren't going to be staying there and we had to move, we had to figure out where we were going to move. Now, I hate the American education system. I hate it with a passion. And Nisha and I are going to have kids soon. You know, I think she set a date of when the trying time is going to happen, which, yeah, it's fine with me. But that's happening soon. And we wanted to raise our kids in Sweden. So we started looking at houses in Sweden. And that's where I am right now. It's currently, what time is it? I don't even know where my phone is. 2 a.m. or something. I've been doing my show in the middle of the night for, I don't know, almost a year. And it's been a lot of getting used to living in a different country. And I finally got my residency stuff set, which is something that I really wanted to be in place before I talked about it.
Yeah, I just sent a super chat.
But when we found this spot, Tim offered to move us here. And it wasn't cheap. And it was really awesome of him, you know. I really, really appreciate it. I feel like it's kind of like my severance package. Because though it was a lot, it was like nothing. It was like 2 episodes, you know, of TimcastIRL. You know, at least the last month that I was on the show. I don't know if it's gotten bigger or what their viewership looks like. All I know is, you know, the last episode we had 80,000 people watching us. Just me and Tim shooting the shit, talking about life.
Because it was more interesting than what Tim is doing now.
But I owe a lot of that to Tim. That was really awesome of him, you know? And I really do feel like there's a piece of him that really wants to be my friend still. And there's a piece of me that wants to be his friend. You know, and he's given me the I'm sorry for the way things happened. You know, which is cool. Yeah, me too. You know, I'm sorry for the way things happened. You know, it was like but to acknowledge that I was right to distrust Lydia, even though I wasn't giving him an ultimatum to like fire her or I'm walking. You know, it was I don't know. I don't know if Tim and I will ever work again together. You know, I'm still getting used to living here.
Do not get sucked back into Tim's shit.
We've always talked about having two houses, 2 places.
Don't do it.
One in Sweden. And one in America somewhere. Maybe Texas. Texas is pretty awesome. All my family in Chicago's thinking about moving to Texas. I got really good friends in Texas. I know I have a friend who right now is thinking of, he's in the hospital, I think, right now. What's up, Mark? I love you, bro. He's about to be a dad. I'm really proud of him. I love him. He's my longest friend in life. And I know he's listening right now.
No contact, Adam. Don't do it.
I really appreciate him a lot. He's got my back and he makes my thumbnails. Really, really love that guy. And I'm really, really excited for him to be a dad. And I'm excited to be a dad. You know, and I'm I'm a proud American, you know, and it is interesting living in a different country. And I didn't know if people would be upset about it, but I don't care anymore. You know, this thing with going to Rumble and being able to just speak completely freely
No,
about
no, 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 no,
anything
no, 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 no.
is
That is
so
not
incredible
happening
for me.
at all in any way.
That's why I did this episode, because I needed to get that off my chest. I needed you to understand why I was fired from that show and why I probably won't work with Tim anymore. Or maybe I will. But
Don't
you
do it.
understand now, you know,
Don't
when I hear
do
Tim
it.
come up in a
Don't
conversation
do it.
that I'm like, I'm confused. I'm confused. It's because of my relationship with him doesn't make sense to me. It's not a normal relationship that I've ever had with a friend, because it's just been a roller coaster that, you know, he's made choices that and statements that make me think he doesn't give a shit at all,
He doesn't
and
give a shit,
he could
Adam.
never
It's
see me
only
again
about
and wouldn't
control.
bother him at all, but then also try his hardest to try to keep me involved and, you know,
Because he
go out
wanted
of
to
his way to include
control
me in things.
you. He wanted to control you.
So I'm focusing on me. I'm focusing on being free, and I'm never going to censor myself again, ever. YouTube be damned. I'm on Rumble right now. I don't know how many people are watching on Rumble, but I've got, I don't know, over 3,000 subs on Rumble, which is really awesome. But like, you know, the 190 some subs on YouTube, it's like, that's amazing. But I'll swap that for the 3,000 that follow me on Rumble any day, to be able to be fully truthful about who I am, what I've been through, what I'm thinking about something, and my true opinion on something. I'll be honest, it feels fucking good now that that story's out. You know, I hope people understand. I'm not angry at Tim. I'm not. I'm not angry at him. I don't respect Lydia, but I'm not angry at Lydia.
Yes. Hang on. It's like an
I
abuse
think I said
victim
it. It's more
wanting to go back
confusion
to the abuser.
with Tim,
Don't
you know, because I want to be his friend, but I
do
also
it.
just like, I don't care anymore. You know what I mean? It's a weird, it's hard to explain it, but I feel like now that you know my side of it, maybe it'll make a little more sense when I have different views on what you know, on different things that I'm talking about. So, what's up, chat? It's the first time I'm seeing chat all episode. Holy shit, we got 9,000 people watching.
Oh, that was really nice to
Damn.
see him see that.
Holy
That was
crap.
actually really nice.
What's up, everybody? Follow me over on Rumble. YouTube sucks.
That was
It's
really
so much more
nice.
fun on Rumble. You guys are, holy shit, the chat revenue. Thank you guys so much for the support. Honestly, I didn't do this.
I'm really happy for him. I really
stress
am.
enough. I really want to say this again. I didn't do this to like hurt Tim at all. Like, I honestly want him to succeed, and I know he will, because he's great at his job. Like, the world needs more people like Tim in their reporting or reading the news. But this is something that I've done. You know, I've read the news, and it's one thing to just read it, but it's another thing to like have a backlog of information to cross-reference and bring up as a good point, and he does that very well. So, geez, how am I going to get through all these super chats now? Wow. Okay. First, I need to read my Rumble rants, because I hate the way that Rumble does their rants. Sejong the Great, what's up, dog? first Rumble rant from Sejong the Great. He truly is. He says, I'm here for you, bro. Unlike that haircut. Hey. Not cool, man. The guy cut it too short.
Did
All
cut
right?
it too short. You should have worn a beanie, Adam.
Get it off your chest. Though, this is a transformative moment. Thank you. I feel better. I really do. I really do. Thank you. Holy crap. Red Pill Fight Club.
Listen, Adam
this is
can have whatever
personal growth on
feelings
display.
he wants
Thank you
about
for
me,
sharing
but
this. By
like
the
that's
way,
not actually going
you
to
were the
change
best
my
aspect of
opinion
Tim's
on
show.
this situation.
Tim's dangling and bailing on Timcast Records for musicians like me was the final straw. Timcast Records? I don't even know what that is. Is that what he put your song on, Niche?
Tim
No?
is
Okay.
a narcissist.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I'm not one of those people who goes around calling
He didn't
everyone I
want to
don't like
sign
a
any
narcissist,
contracts.
but
What a
like
surprise.
Jesus Christ.
Julian Delficki. I don't know how to say your name. Sorry. I feel you, Adam. A girlfriend and I
Yes,
made a
I'm on
choice
Rumble.
that I
Not
very
right now,
much
but I
regret.
am on Rumble.
I am older and single now. Very few days go by without me wondering if I had missed my best shot at fatherhood. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I will never not think about that whenever the word abortion is brought up. Forever. So, thank you for that. That means a lot. You know what, guys? You know what I need? Jeez.
Whiskey. The $2,000 whiskey.
$2,000 whiskey that Tim bought me.
$2,000 whiskey.
He bought me a bottle of $2,000 whiskey, you know? That's
the control.
confused.
That's not friendship.
I was confused.
That's
Grateful,
control.
but confused. It's so nice that you guys, like me explaining it all, you might understand why I would be confused. That's guilt whiskey. Maybe it is. But it's fucking good whiskey.
It's control.
God, that's the Van Winkle, baby. So I'm to Tim Pool and to Rumble.
Oh my God.
And free speech. And to never censoring yourself ever again.
Tim would buy Adam things and do nice things for Adam to keep Adam under Tim's control.
I don't like bourbon.
That's why he's doing these things.
Let me tell you, I'm not a bourbon guy. But damn, is that Van Winkle a good bourbon? Jeez. That is a good fucking bourbon. Holy crap. All right, let me find it. I want to get through my Rumble rants because on YouTube, they are all ordered. Although when I opened the window to see chat on YouTube, all the super chats went away. So I'm gonna have to go. I just saw what Flawed said. Shut up, Flawed. Man, Flawed's got a new song he's working. I don't know if it's new. I think it's new. His new song. I heard him working on it on Locals. That shit's fire. Damn, bro, that hook. I don't know if he's still here, but dude, is Flawed still in chat? Hold on, let me tag him. I tag Flawed. Yeah, Flawed's in chat. All right, there he is. Dude, that song is hot. You guys got to listen to Flawed's music, man. Shit is fire.
I don't know if I'm going to stay
V6
here
Neon
for
says,
all
I
of the
think
super
Tim
chats,
Pool
guys,
is among
so
some of the YouTubers who've been pushing the same Hong Kong company that has been selling Scottish titles, which is a big scam.
Be here all
Link
night.
for an article in Locals. Yeah, I was listening to Styx earlier talking about it. Yeah, the whole plot of land, plant some trees bullshit. Be a lord or a lady. I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, I heard Styx talking about it earlier. The Jackals of Terra Argentum says, sounds like it all took was one gorilla-faced slag to ruin a good thing. Glad you broke free, brother.
God, people are going to totally... Here's the problem. People are going to totally dismiss Tim's role in this because of Lydia.
Says, okay,
I'm not
I didn't
suggesting
expect
that Lydia is
taking someone else's music is crossing the line.
Lydia is
and
not...
my show.
innocent in this.
Chell of the Sea
at
says,
all.
Sweden. Oh
What
my
she did was
God.
bullshit too.
You have been doing
But
this show in the middle of the night?
ultimately,
Yes, I have.
Ultimately, this was
Yes, I
Tim's
have.
fault.
But I
Tim
love you
handled
guys,
this
and I love the
situation
show.
completely
So I've changed my entire
absurdly.
sleep schedule. And I honestly, I sleep during the day and I work at night now. Honestly, me and Az should hang out because I think they're on Friday Night Tights right now. And Az he's always up late. I don't know, you know, it's interesting. Hey, Christian, how you doing, man? I see Christian Watson just super chatted. I'll get to that in a little bit. I just want to get through these Rumble rants. Sejong says, this is literally going to be the #1 topic for the next 72 hours.
I hope it is.
Well, I'm glad it's over for me. I'm done with it. And it feels fucking great.
Good.
I'm still going to poke fun at Tim on Twitter. Okay?
Oh, God.
But now all these people can't bitch at me and be like, just fucking let it out. Stop being a salty bitch. I'm just going to be like, I'm just going to post this video. Like, just watch this video.
I really wonder how
Tim
Tim feels about this.
Tim. All right?
Because this is probably
no
like his worst nightmare.
Jeez. FNT lost 4,000 viewers when I went live. Damn. Well, I love FNT, and when I'm done, definitely go back over there.
Just
Horror
because
Hamarada.
Adam
Hey,
framed
what's up,
Lydia as
Hamarada?
the
How
villain
you
doesn't
doing?
mean Lydia is the actual
I'm happy
villain.
you've been able to
Lydia
get this
did
off
some
your
shady
chest.
shit.
I hope things keep getting better.
But
from
Tim
here.
is the
You are an
villain
amazing
here.
man. Thank you very much, Horror Hamarada.
Tim is at fault here.
She hosts,
Tim could have
co-hosts
handled
the Midweek
this
Hump on Shagworth's
completely
channel. You guys check
differently.
that out. They're great over there.
Completely
Superman,
differently.
if he wasn't scared of green rocks, is on there as well. Chell of the Sea says the truth has set you free. Honestly, it feels good. Honestly, I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off of my chest.
Good.
I can't even explain it. It feels good. I feel free of that. I do. I feel free. I feel like I was trying to protect him and Lydia, you know, which she certainly doesn't. But I didn't do this for them. I did this for myself. I didn't even do this for you guys. Although I feel like the world deserved to know why I was fired. Because, like I told Tim, you know, it was bigger than us. And like everyone was like, what the hell? And he didn't give me a send-off. Like he didn't even give me a fucking
Tim does not feel guilty.
Farewell
Tim
episode.
is a narcissist.
He didn't say my name. He didn't
does
talk about me at all. It's
feel
like, damn,
guilty.
dude.
He
like,
is a
ghosted.
narcissist.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. It's not the worst thing that happened, but that shit's fucked up. Siraj Hashmi, hey, what's up, dog? Says, big up, Habibi. We got you. Cheers, mate. And thanks for helping me out. He's a homie, Siraj. Check out his show, the Habibi Bros. They have a criminally low amount of people that watch their show. Maybe it's because they take their shirts off and it gets really weird. They put tinfoil hats on. It gets kind of weird, but they're still pretty funny guys. You should check them out. GJJ says, yo, for $10. Thank you. Says, yo, Sweden, really? Yep. Yes, it's true. Which just shifted pretty conservative with their elections, which is pretty sweet, if you ask me. And I've learned a lot about Sweden. I don't know if you guys remember.
Okay, guys.
They're one of the few countries that didn't lock down.
I have to go.
You know why they didn't lock
down? To the restroom.
Because it's
so
written
talk
in
amongst
their
yourselves.
constitution.
I will
they're
be
not
right
allowed
back.
to.
2 minutes. I'll be right back. I promise.
Right. The Constitution. They actually adhered to it. Wow. Anyway. Dark Helmet says, my wife informed me 1 month ago she had an abortion 12 years ago, and we've been married 13 and a half years. She said she didn't tell me because it wasn't my business. That's fucked up. Damn, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything, like, I hope it works out for you. That's a tough situation, man. V6 Neon says, I raise my glass to you and the missus. Thank you very much. That's Aaron Bacon, right? V6, that's you, right? I think so. Nowhere is all roses, man. The Last Crow says, glad you were finally able to get that off your chest. We love you, Adam. Keep up the great work. Love to the future and tear it up. Yes, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Dit W for 10 says, I knew it. I was so happy when I found out Lydia left the show. She's annoying. adds nothing but Tim is right all the time, or acts smart reciting what she heard on Daily Wire. Love you, bro. That's exactly how she was off the air, too. Thank you, buddy. Zookster says, damn, Tim deported your ass to Sweden. That's funny. Yeah, when I told him where we were going, he was like, why would anyone want to go to Sweden? That's his first
All right,
words.
I'm back. Like,
I
told
have
you
you
to be
guys
quick.
seen the pictures of my property, though?
Adam's
live
property is actually
in
really
a
sick.
private forest on my own private river with my own sauna, my own hot tub. I have a wood-fired house, like stove. I have my own well. Like, I'm ready. We can live if everything freaking. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Red,
I'm gonna have some
exactly.
cheesecake
Everyone,
beer.
everywhere's like that, though. Everywhere's like that. Short Bus Dave, what's
We're
up, Short
doing
Bus? How you doing, dog?
cherry cheesecake
Tim
sour
got you that bottle
from
on New
Smutty
Year's
Nose.
and gave you a hug live on your show. It's true. It was an awkward hug. I'll be honest. I don't think we'd ever hugged before. So.
I told you I'd be quick.
Red Pill Fight Club says, I bailed on YouTube after 2 strikes. Only stream on Rumble exclusively.
Oh, Dad.
F YouTube, F Susan.
Dad. Holy shit.
I don't blame you.
He spilled all the beans, my
Yates
friend.
Network says,
Spilled
listen,
all the
brother, I know you
beans.
don't know me in person, but you are an amazing person. Never change and never apologize for who you are. God bless you. The world needs more people like you, Adam Crigler. Thank you, man. That's very nice of you. Casperius for $20. Thank you, Casperius. How you doing, bud? This story should be put to music in a nicely themed album.
I was right. Styx was not.
Maybe.
A lot of people were
Okay,
not right about the
that's
election.
the last of the Rumble rants. Now I want to get to the super chats. Guys, thank you so much. When is Styx on? Pigar asks. He's on in the daytime.
It's all right. Not
in the
great.
Netherlands. See, it's funny. Like, he's
Not
an American who knows way more about politics than I do. And also lives in Europe.
Yo, if you guys didn't see my flat Earth conversation
Videos,
earlier,
Yoko
I definitely recommend it.
Now
Jack
you understand
Casey
the whole
was
Yoko
awesome.
reference. That
it was really
in 7
good.
Days to Die. Felix Rufus over on Rumble Rant says,
I was really
for $7 says,
happy
get yourself
with it.
a pint
Next time
on
you
me.
have
This
to come
story
on too,
deserves one.
Dan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Okay, I have to get to my... Because YouTube deleted all of my freaking super chats. I gotta
YouTube's been doing that lately. It's a pain in the ass.
The other area to open them up. Give me a second, guys. Thank you very much for all your support, guys. It means a lot. I know you've all wanted to hear this story. I'll be honest. Before I read these super chats on YouTube, Rumble Rants were all like people I recognized. I'm not going to dwell
Dan,
on
I want to
anything
get
that's
you
negative.
two and a psychic on.
I'll read your super chat, but then I'm going to continue. You know what I mean?
I want to get the psychic to confirm
I'm
or
sure
deny.
there's going to be some shit posts, but that's not what this is about. That's not what I was for, or why I did this video.
I don't think Adam's going to read my super chat.
So I'll read your super chat, but
I'm
just going to move on.
And that's fine. It doesn't matter. The point was for the chat.
First super chat is from Lydia
from
Timcast. Please don't tell them how my sour patch really is.
Oh, God.
Robert Wild says, I hope this makes Betty smile and Diana smile.
Dan, I told him before the stream, I said, you and Dan Smots are the only people that, I feel like understand me on Twitter.
The mail will get to the post office. I'm sure it will. And Garrett will get his stuff.
He's a good guy.
Just believe it,
You are as well.
I know the post office sucks. Mavdick says, that rock and roll was amazing.
Thank
Love
you, Jacob.
Adam.
I appreciate it.
I rickrolled the shit out of you guys.
The rickroll was pretty epic.
If you were here at the beginning,
yeah.
You guys got rickrolled really bad.
Thank you, Red Room Diecast.
Glorious.
I'm gonna hang out for a while.
At all.
The rickroll was really fucking funny. That was.
Oh, that rickroll, not rock
funny.
roll. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Ligma says, did you ever play The Ballad of Chasey Lane? Never played it, but I did listen to it after you asked me to play it. Ian Hall says, woo, you got a haircut. Finally, it needs to be longer on the top, though. It looks good nonetheless. I was so annoyed. I asked him to do so the guy had
hair grows.
It was
a
language barrier. Remember, right? I just told you guys where I live now. So the guy didn't speak much English. And I pointed at a picture which had a guy with slightly longer hair on top and I didn't like the sides, but I liked the guy's sides, the dude who was doing my haircut. I was like, can you do that haircut? But like here, like yours, you know, like I kind of did that. And he was like, yeah, okay. And he took some trimmers and went behind me and then went like this. Bang! And I was like, oh. And I was like, it's too late. So, yeah. Ligma says, Lydia, I don't want to read that shit.
Ha!
Lydia did
Murphy's
something to Tim,
Pool.
didn't
They're
she?
literally
No.
he's censoring you as
I'm
well.
not entertaining that shit. Minnie says, I understand that people are curious, but I really hope you didn't feel like you had to make this video. After this, no more of this. Stay humble. Yeah, Minnie, I'm doing this had nothing to do with anyone else asking me why. People have been asking me for freaking a year and a half.
He wanted to do this video. I promise you. He's been hinting about this for a long fucking time.
I was ready to do this video. And I finally felt ready to do this video.
He wanted to do it.
I faced myself. I talked about some difficult things that I went through in my life. You know, I talked about where I am right now, which is something that I wasn't telling anybody, you know, but you know, I had to. It's my relationship with Tim. Like basically you guys know my history with Tim. All of it, you know. I mean, there's like more, but it, you know, it doesn't pertain to this story. Mavdick says, MAGA, make Adam grow again. Sure. The Fernk. Oh, shit. What's up, buddy? It's another one of my longtime friends. Fernk, I love you, man. One of my favorite human beings.
No, he has been hinting around about this for 2 years. He wanted to do this.
Love you, brother. I got your 6.
He may not be aware he wanted to do it.
He actually came to visit.
But he wanted to do it
a couple times while we were in Maryland. It's pretty cool. He's been on the show before. A couple times. Love that guy. Freeman Ronan says, we love you, Adam. Thank you. Muad'Dib says, I had that exact same experience with MTG.
Check it out, guys. I just find it off
Magic
my
the Gathering. Some people just get way too much. Ligma says, we're
I gotta finish some embellishment, but
no. Svinstead says, saw first Timcast, and yet I follow you and not Tim. Well, thank you. Didactics with David Lopez for 10 says, your red pill journey in the original days of TimcastIRL is what made the show. Back with Tim would actually read my super chats. Yeah. I read them all, and I'll read them all. There's a lot today. Thank you guys, but I'm gonna read them all, baby. Didactis with David Lopez again for 10. Oh, you said the same one twice. I don't know if that was on purpose or an accident, but thank you very much, bud. I really appreciate that, and I'm gonna read it all because I read them all. Your red pill journey is the original days of TimcastIRL is what made the show. Back with Tim would actually read my super chats. I read them all. We're doing it live. Heavy Water Tread for $20. Thank you. Says best journalist in the world, Ryan Dawson. Why can't you spell that out?
Ryan Dawson is
so
a
good,
bitch.
You can't say his name. Well, I just said his
name.
Ryan
Dawson is such a thin-skinned little bitch.
Shit. Stream just ended. Ligma again says, hold up a dowel on point to where Tim touched you. Ellen says, Oathbringer is fire. Yeah, you checking out my books. Right on. Not Tim says, you're wrong, Adam. Great episode to come in with that. Not Tim. Nick Coleman. To be fair, Adam, we've seen Tim be debeanied in public. Your claim is hard to believe that he doesn't care. Yeah.
I mean, maybe. I wouldn't hold him against him.
I know what video you're talking about, but he was also assaulted, and that was not fucking cool at all. Like, fuck that asshole who ripped his beanie off. Come on. That's not okay.
I feel like I've been highly diplomatic towards Adam,
Stuller
considering
says, late,
he is the one that did me dirty in this situation.
Thank you.
I didn't do him dirty.
Thank you, Vanessa.
He did me dirty.
Andrew Reed for 20. The time that you were on the show with Tim
so I guess
was my favorite period of that show. I still watch him occasionally, but it's not the same without you. I like that there was someone to push back against him. Ian just takes it. Well, I think that's what he's there for.
Ryan Dawson his
Dr.
bitch.
Zowden. Cool
and it
name.
wasn't even that hard
Thank you for
him
telling
to
your
do.
side.
Guys,
You are
I'll
a
go
true
subscribe
Chad
to Justin.
and getting this off your chest.
Justin
You're
is
the
one
man.
based
Love you, Adam.
motherfucker.
Jesus
He
Christ
is.
bless
He's
you,
way
Adam.
more
Thank
based
you
than
very
Adam.
much.
He's
Those are
way
very
more
kind
based than
words.
Tim. He's way more based than
Bass player
anyone.
for $50. Thank you very much. Says if you
Justin
want to
is
know
my
if
Twitter
someone is
role model.
if someone is truly like, live with them. I've learned this several times the hard way. Also, spin that UFO. I believe this was the threshold.
Yes, there was an entire
anyone
7-hour
can ask,
stream showing
but since you asked,
explicitly what Adam
I
did
will
to
say
me.
this is the original UFO, and Nisha
Adam
actually
stole
went up
it.
and yoinked it from the desk and brought it down to me while I was live doing my show in the basement in New Jersey. The original. All else are imposters. There you are, guys. Spinning the UFO like the classic days of Timcast in honor of Timcast.
This is very
Let me read some
true. And
Rumble
then they
rants.
do nothing of
I like
value.
to read the
I'm
Rumble
not
rants right
including
away.
Adam in this, but
yes,
this is very,
Aaron
very
Bacon.
true.
Just a quick question: would you be setting up
Justin
and giving
O'Donnell,
out a European
this guy right
Swedish
here,
PO box for this side of the pond?
Justin
Might make
O'Donnell
it easier
does
and
the
cheaper for
Subversive
some of us
podcast.
fans.
Most
Cool.
based motherfucker on Twitter
Okay.
and on YouTube.
Yeah, I never thought about it. My PO box is near my mom's house.
Well,
and
Adam
she's
doesn't
been getting
understand
the stuff
why
from me,
I'm upset.
which
because
is why
Adam
I haven't
never
showed you guys
listened.
anything that I've gotten. I've
He would
talked
ask
about some of my
questions
stuff,
to use me for
but I haven't
clicks
been able to
and
show you
views,
because I haven't
and then
actually
he
been
wouldn't
able to
actually
get it.
listen to the answers
'Cause
I was
it's
giving
at
him,
my mom's house.
nor did he look at the
Jay
evidence
Russ
that I
of
provided
Auburn
him.
Valley says,
So,
I'm late. Did I miss everything? Miss anything? Well, yes, you missed everything.
I can't control that.
But you can always watch this episode as it is on my channel. Psyche says, Adam has solidified the 6:30 p.m. slot. I will be watching from now on. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I don't talk about this. This is not my normal shows about politics, science, general life experiences, relationships, just all around.
The short version
whatever.
is Adam
I really love
threw
it.
me under the bus on
Psyche
a stream
says,
in front of
flood Adam
horribly
with $1
toxic
rants.
people
No,
that have
gotta get
doxed
through
my
these super
house on
chats.
multiple occasions.
Don't do that to me.
And
I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind, but
when I called him out on it, he
That's
basically
fine.
doubled
See you later,
down.
Mr. Poopy Butthole.
And if you want to see the
great-
entire
great
thing as
name.
it plays out, I did a 7-hour
Peace
video
out,
on
dude.
it. Adam
all
could have
right.
apologized to me at any point and said,
Where
like,
was
yeah,
I?
that was kind of bullshit. I shouldn't have done that. And it would have been over.
Kevin
But
Donnelly
he refused
says,
to do it. He
Ayo, the
doubled down.
7-Eleven
It
bacon, egg,
really
and
pissed
cheese
me
be
off.
banging.
He was wrong.
I love a
He
good
shouldn't
bacon,
have
egg,
done
and
it.
cheese. Is it on a bagel, though? Because if it's not on a bagel, you lose a little bit of points.
And
just
it,
being
it
honest.
quite frankly really
Everything bagel
hurt
or
me
bust.
that he
Sectus Gaming
wouldn't
for
acknowledge
$20.
that what he did was fucked up. He wouldn't even
Thank you for
acknowledge
being
that what he
you.
did was
I
fucked
will.
up.
Thank you very
and
much.
it really,
Sectus.
really
All right,
hurt
guys,
me.
we got a lot of people in here. We're gonna go old school with this. All right, I'm not gonna do the 100-sided die, but I am gonna roll the 20-sided die. Good luck. Have fun. This is for absolutely nothing.
18.
But I just rolled the die. First person to guess it wins absolutely nothing. Good luck. Have fun. Enjoy. Yo, Ember Mist is in chat. What's up, dog? I miss you, homie. Come back to the Discord, dude. We got a winner. It's Derek M. Derek M, congratulations. You just won absolutely nothing on this show. Bring this coupon into absolutely any store. Grab nothing from the shelf, and it's on the house. Just remember to tell everyone you know that you won nothing on the Crigler show. Actually, maybe you can buy nothing nice for someone you love. Call your grandmother. Tell her that you won nothing, wanted her to have it.
I already blocked him, Sin. Fuck him.
And then talk to her and see how her day was. But congratulations. I'm also going to give it over to Deathwave on Rumble. I'm going to give it to Rumble as well. Deathwave, I know it's a delay. Rumble's a little delayed. So Deathwave, congratulations. You also won absolutely nothing. Don't spend it all in the same place. Man in the Mask says, wow, that's bad. Don't know what you were referring to, but I said a lot of my story here. Jurg Skender says, Adam, I lost my mother 2 years ago after you had been booted from Timcast. She always said you made the show. I have a hard time watching Tim's show. Well, first off, I'm very sorry to hear about your mother. I love my mother very much, and I can only imagine how hard that is. So very sorry to hear that, and thank you. And she was 100% right. Smart woman that was. Your mother was a smart lady. Super Dank.
Why are they talking about me in this chat? I don't understand.
Stream,
I really
so
don't.
Many people are dying to hear it. I know, grifter move, but random people don't need to know your story. It's fine. I wanted the people that follow me to know there's a lot more people here, which is great. But most importantly, I wanted to get that shit off my chest. Super Dank says, should have made this a pay-per-view stream since... Oh, I just read that one. Rena Bear, thank you for that super chat. Didn't say anything. Man in the Mask says, damn, that's Bevy. X says, dude, you did become a formidable co-host.
I don't know why they're talking about me in his chat. I really have
started.
no idea why.
Actually, crazy to hear all
but
of this.
But this is another reason. It's like, I don't
yeah, it was
like,
crazy.
I do
Lisa
not
Poole
like
for
that type of
says,
audience.
I'm
what?
not on speaking terms with Tim. And I
That's
noticed that
Tim's
every
sister.
year he gets more and more arrogant.
Holy shit.
I miss them, but I really hope Tim will one day realize
Tim's
the person he's become and change for the better.
has a whole next level
Lisa
story.
Poole. Are you
That's
related
Tim's
to Tim?
sister.
Are you like
That's Tim's sister.
a family member, I guess? Well, that sucks. From what I've heard about Tim, you know,
that's Tim's
family
sister.
is family, and he'll go out of his way for family. So, only speak. Sorry to hear that, Lisa. Though that sucks. Only speak meme for $10 says, you're not alone, Adam. After 10 years, I still have dreams and cry for my child that was taken before its time. Begged like a dog for months for my child's life. But I'm a man. What say do I have?
Go follow Lisa on TikTok.
That's really
go follow Lisa Poole
that's really
on
tough.
TikTok.
All right. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I understand your pain. Double plea.
See,
says,
this
Adam,
is
you're
like
a bigger,
you're a bigger man than most of us. This is why I don't
Thank
involve myself with any of this
Flawed
shit.
TV, what's up,
because
Flawed?
I'm
What's
actually
up,
telling them right now
for $10 says, I love you, bro.
to get the information that they're looking for, and instead they're like,
all the way
Carlin is
real
insane.
and not letting people
Carlin
create
is
false
a
narratives
grifter.
about the situation.
I'm like,
proud to call
bro,
you a friend. Based AF for
I'm
life.
literally
Thanks, homie.
telling you where to find the
Sparky says,
information you're looking
TimcastIRL
for.
never got off the ground before
And
Adam
you're
appeared
like,
on it.
Grifter!
Would have petered out
This
without
is
Adam.
why I want
you,
nothing
Sparky.
to do with these audiences and nothing to do with these shows.
Flawed
and if
again
people don't
says,
understand
you
this,
know,
I
Tim
just
and Lydia
really
are in this chat
don't
right
understand.
now, mad that they can't play victims about this anymore. They just never acknowledged it, you know, which in itself is like a smack in my face. Like, so what Sparky just said, it's like, I'm not claiming that TimcastIRL would never have made it big. I don't know.
This is why I want nothing to do with this part of
COVID hit,
YouTube.
people were online.
Every time.
That helped. You know, maybe it would have petered out. Who knows? Or maybe you're right. Maybe, you know, me and him would have, it blew up just because of our dynamic. I don't think it was just me. I think it was me and Tim together. I think it was really our dynamic together. I apologize for not seeing
this earlier. Happy birthday.
Like I can't claim it to be my own.
Look, they're calling me a cunt.
Monday is a lot of fun. I got a lot of awesome co-hosts
here,
on that
guys,
show. And
here's information you're looking for that might be helpful. And they're like, Carlin is
Stunner
a
900
cunt.
says, Tim is a weirdo. You are better than him. Thank you. Uwan for $10 says, if Tim invited you to do a reunion show and explain what happened, would you go on? Yeah, if it was on my channel. Sure. I wouldn't go on that. I would ask for every super chat. Every single super chat. I'd be like, I want the every single super chat, or I'm not going on his channel. No fucking way. No way. Or he'd have to come on my channel first and allow me to grill him. I'm talking like brutal questions. Like, why did you do this?
Tim would never do that.
Why didn't you do this? And he would never do that.
See,
but I would go on if he came on my show and allowed me to question.
I have a high class chat because I block that shit.
Pizza Waffle says, love you, bro. Thanks for being
This is why
being open.
I want nothing to do with these people.
Ryan Bree says, I know he blackballed his brother Chris.
It's like,
and there were rumors
you
that
try
he used
to do the right thing
the
by
lead
people, and it's just
Subverse
like they shit on you over and over and over and over.
Molly?
It's like they don't want.
Did they date?
You know?
I don't know. It seemed like he dated every girl that was in that house. Well, yeah, you were my wife. She's in the background, except for me. Like, yeah, Well, that should be understood. All right, fine. I'll amend my blank statements. It's true.
Adam, I have this much of an issue with because he did me dirty.
Lisa is in chat. Yes, I am his sister. I didn't even
I
know
have
he had
far
a
more
sister.
issues with Adam's chat
And
than I have
I
with
would say I've
Adam.
known him for like 9 years, but he would tell me
Adam's
that it
chat
hasn't been that long.
is part of the reason
So
I never wanted to go on that show again. It is the majority of the reason
John
I
Doe
never
says, I
wanted
feel
to
like
go on that
everything I
show
thought
again.
about Tim
It was
intuitively
less
just
about
got
Adam
confirmed. Thank you for
and
sharing
all
all of
about
this
the
with
chat.
us. Probably difficult. It was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Honestly. I didn't know there was this many people watching. I don't think it would have made a difference. Because I've wanted to tell this story for a long time. And I didn't have the courage to face myself.
We do
about
have the highest
some of the
brow
stuff.
chat. We do, because I don't allow this shit.
I had to get right with myself first before I can even
me.
I mean,
here is
and
the information that you're looking for. Adam's chat.
Sometimes.
Carlin looks like a man.
Fooly Cooley says Tim Polycast.
Do this.
Damizi says, bro, I work in the medical field, and nurses are known to be some of the most shady, backstabbing people you'll ever meet. Makes perfect sense. Yep. Perfect sense. SR says, start making 2 to 3 segments a day under 12 minutes.
That is Tim's sister.
I really should
she
cut
has
my
a
videos
whole
into
other
segments.
story
I need to bring that back.
That she
Stray
really
Dog
should
says
tell.
about your lost child.
And I think that she
You're
will.
still a father, and he or she is still in heaven waiting for you. Thank you. Well, damn, that shit hit me. Fuck. Jeez. Take care and forgive yourself.
Yeah, he does need to forgive himself.
God bless you. Thank you.
Energy can't be created or destroyed, guys. It just changes forms. Sometimes when people have abortions or miscarriages,
You know, I told you earlier in the episode,
the spirit of the baby comes back in future babies.
He didn't believe me. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I wasn't expecting that super chat. All right. Random user name says, hey, man, just want to let you know about the Orthodox Church is always open. Start the healing process. Thank you.
You can DM me on Dr.
Couch
Carlin
says,
B
I'm
on
sorry,
Twitter.
man. Thank you.
My DMs are open.
Flawed TV for 10. Thanks, Flawed.
Oh, great, Pill, I got you.
You have hate in your heart for this man is dumb as fuck. The fact that it took you this long to even speak on this situation shows that you ain't mad. Yeah, I'm not mad at Tim. Yeah, anyone who thinks Nick Ricada is going to grill me,
I'm not
good.
Sure good. That's her. That might be her. Great Pill.
I should be shamed.
No,
I'm just kidding. Thank you, Flawed. Delusioned Man says, stop watching Timcast soon after you left. Wasn't the same without you. Way too Tim heavy and zero humor. Tim ain't funny. He is if you he can't dunk. He has to have someone give him a layup. You know what I mean? I feel like we had a good dynamic together. It was a lot of fun. I laughed a lot on that show. I mean, I made fun of Tim a lot. Serenian Moth says it's about time.
I
you
don't
tell us
mind
what
people
happened.
hating
It
me.
sucks having to wonder. So cheers.
I mind
Thank you.
them disrespecting me
Disillusioned Man says
over
still waiting
things that are
on
so
the
stupid and
MAGA
petty.
speedy kick.
And I
Speedo
mind
kick.
them. I mind there not being an acknowledgement
I forgot about that.
of when I've been completely
I don't even know
thrown
how
under
it
the
started,
bus
but someone super
in
chatted
a
me
way
one
that's
time.
actually dangerous.
I was wearing my MAGA beanie,
The people that Adam threw me under the bus to
and they
have
said,
driven by
"How
my
much
house,
money would it take
taken pictures, and posted them
to
on the internet."
get you to wear a MAGA
That's real.
Speedo and do a kickflip?" And I jokingly said $30,000. And I remember
I
Nisha was
saw it,
like,
Bree. It was
"You're
great.
not really going to do that, right?"
You sent me an email with
You
the.
remember that, Nish?
Oh, this is a different email. Hang on, Bree. Let me get into my email.
Oh.
Hang on. Stand by.
Oh. I'll tell you'll hear it. Naples Live Music for 10 says, "Rock on, Adam."
God, I have so many email addresses.
Thank you. Testudo.
An absurd
made
amount
the
of
show
email
fun
addresses.
to watch. Now it's the same thing every episode with different faces. Lydia added nothing to the conversation.
Bree
Agree.
said, "To be fair,
John
the size
Smoth
of Tim's
says,
dick is
"Abortion is
probably
horrid.
dirt
I'm
that
glad you've been able to
that
forgive
Lydia doesn't
yourself.
want Tim to, or
I
that
pray
Tim doesn't
you'll
want
find
Lydia to
full
spill."
forgiveness in all of
I'll
your
say that
sins
again.
in Christ." Thank you.
Bree's
John.
super chat that
Daniel
YouTube
Kerr
would let
for
her send
$20
is,
says,
"To be
"Those
fair,
of
the
us in
size of
Arizona
Tim's dick
know
is
our
probably the
elections
dirt Tim
are
doesn't want Lydia to spill."
Far from fair and
Well,
square. Spin the UFO. I will happily spin that for you, buddy.
why?
Carl Gumpertz.
Why would my PragerU video
What's up,
pop
Gus?
up? Didn't they take that down?
What's up, dog?
I don't want to have a
see you.
PragerU video anymore.
He didn't even
I want
say
them
anything.
to take it down. What the
He
fuck?
just dropped a little super chat. Bro, I see you, homie.
Why on earth would that
OG
pop up
friend
into
of
someone's
mine.
YouTube feed?
What's up, dog?
Fuck
I hope you're well, man.
PragerU.
Good to see you.
Those hypocritical motherfuckers. Honestly.
I like that. I got the homies in the chat, dude. That feels good. And I got my wife.
I have no respect for PragerU
if I
at all.
forget anything, duty.
Look, Carlin is spying
Justin
as
Downing
usual.
for $10.
Spying.
Thank you. Didn't
This
say
is
anything.
public on the internet.
Anomaly. Hey, what's up, Anomaly?
Jesus
How you doing,
Christ.
dog? Good to see you. If you guys don't know Anomaly, that dude is fire. That guy can spit.
This is
why and he's so
I want nothing to do with
politically
these people.
aware as well. He's been on my show. Fantastic. I'm setting you up for.
Oh, did PragerU put my video back up after they threw me under the bus?
He's got
great.
He just retweeted, I think today,
great.
his song Shadow Band. It's got Bryson Gray on the album.
I would like PragerU to take that video down and never use it again.
It's so
that
good.
would be my preference.
It's a good song. Anyway, let me read his super chat. It says, "I got booked to be on the Timcast show from Lydia. They booked the flight.
Are
it got
you
delayed
fucking
for a
shitting
bit,
me?
And then they locked me out of my own podcast while talking to me like I was a piece of shit. I got stranded for days." Damn, really? That's fucked up, yo. That's pretty fucked up.
Are you shitting me? That video's on Twitter?
It doesn't surprise me, though. Same thing that happened with Jeremy from the Cornering. They cut him off because he was on my show and no one came downstairs to freaking be like, "Can you come upstairs and get ready for the show?" Stupid. Jeep Pigar says, "You got to watch the RA Rugged Man episodes. You are not that guy." Tim and Lydia voice. Excuse me. I didn't see the episode, but I saw the clip floating around.
Unbelievable. If PragerU put that video back up. Unfucking believable.
I don't know like the full context of everything leading up to that engagement, but when someone, it reminded me of me being on the show. Someone who isn't going to instantly recognize Tim as being as smart as he thinks he is. You know, there's this like, oh, my mysticism doesn't work. Oh, what is this shit? Like you could tell RA wasn't taking any shit at all. And I was like, I get that. I understand that, man. Like, I get it. So, and then Lydia in the fucking background, like, you are that guy.
He's
Shut
saying
the
whatever he
fuck
needs to
up,
say to
Lydia.
remain relevant to
Jeez.
conservatives, and I don't
So
co-sign that
annoying.
shit.
So that was the first time I had heard her voice in a long time. Hey, Nish, can you give me a tissue, please?
No, I don't want
thank
people
you.
going to conservatives. I don't want people going to Trump.
Sean Willis for $10.
I never
Thank
should
you.
have done
Says, here
that
you
video
go.
in the
Thanks
first
for
place.
sharing.
Never should have
Seems
done
like
it.
he fired you for petty crap. Sounds
Absolutely
more like
never should have
not
done
wanting
it.
to pay
I'm
you.
really upset finding
what
out
he
that's
agreed
back up.
to
I thought I
pay
had
you.
escaped that. I thought I
Yeah,
had escaped
I'll
it.
say.
That's really disappointing.
Matt Hepp says Pulp Fiction was really about foot massages and what it meant to personal dynamics. Mm-hmm. He straight carried him. Thank you. Cute. You want to say hi to everyone? Okay. Thank you. Oh, man. Lord Puggy for $50. Thank you very much. Says your journey from my point of view of being far left. Well, I wasn't far left. I was just ignorant. I think that's more accurate. Far left to becoming more right-leaning is what gave me hope that our worlds could reach rational lefts. Your development was so great to see. You brought an energy that to this day hasn't been replicated. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Appreciate that. Gonefall for $20. Thank you. Says Adam. That's it. That's all you said. Decidius for $5 says got in late, about 40 minutes behind. So did Jack Murphy ever bring in his wife over? Guess that's one way to get frequent guest spot. Oh, jeez. No, and Jack Murphy was always very nice to me. It shook me. Like, I was shocked when I saw him blow up on Sydney Watson.
Yeah,
and he lost a lot of respect. And then lost the rest of it a few days later. We'll just put it at that. My goodness. Psyche says, Adam, will you do a marathon stream tonight? Well, I'm going to read all these super chats.
threw me under the bus after a quote on Twitter was taken out of context.
No, I read them all. I don't care how long it takes.
2 weeks after the fact,
heartfelt.
Dennis Prager basically made a video saying exactly the same thing that I said.
About decisions made in the past. Youth, anger, depression, whatever the reason, we sometimes choose poorly. It doesn't mean we can't grow.
And I really regret ever making that video in the first place.
Red Pill Fight Club says Ian is what happens when you order Adam on Witch. Oh, that's old. I
thought I was doing the right thing.
No, you know what? I like Ian a lot, guys. Like Ian, he's a friggin' he's one of those like unique characters that is very non-NPC, right? Like
I was so happy when they took that video down. I was so fucking happy.
I don't know. Ian was always very nice to me. And I always got nothing but respect from Ian. You know, he was on my show for a little while, and then Tim kind of stole him, which was kind of fucked up. When I started my show after I got fired, I asked Ian to be my co-host. And I did a show, and Tim came to me and said, yo, Ian's a threat. He's going to get your show canceled. You should not have him as a co-host.
Conservatives,
and I said, no way. Like,
I
love Ian. I think he's hilarious.
They will use
he's going to be my co-host.
anyone to advance
the narrative. So for 2 weeks, Ian was on my show, and it was awesome. We had a fun time. We had
and I was used by them for over a year. And I know this is not about me. This is about Adam. But now I have news I was not expecting at all.
It was hilarious. I even had like close-up cams.
They used me for over a year.
And one day Tim just asked Ian to be on his show, and he was in Tim's employ. So I don't blame Ian for that. I blame Tim for that. Still kind of fucked up though. Do you guys remember that? Him being on my show? Cosmic Garth. Yeah, Neil D remembers that. What's up, Neil? Good to see you. Danny Grimm. So it's not rollerblading, it's inline skating. All right, true. Sorry. We found the inline skater, guys. When you play video games, do you call it Nintendoing? Dude is triggered by wow. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm gonna do a little Nintendoing later tonight, huh? I'm gonna go Nintendo some Dark Tide. I was Nintendoing
Sorry,
earlier
guys.
with
I really didn't
Quarterback
expect to
Garrett,
find that
X-Ray
out
Girl, and
tonight. I
Az.
really
Heel versus
apologize for
Babyface.
being emotional because this should be about
We
him.
just coined a new thing. Going to Nintendo later. George the Giant Slayer, what is up, homie, for $50? Wow. George, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Says, everyone who knows you knows what a great heart you have. It's Tim's loss and the world's gain for you striking out on your own and everyone getting to know you. Happy to have you, my friend, to get this off your chest. All hail, Adam. Thank you very much, George. I appreciate that. George is fantastic. George and Flawed both joined me on Mondays with Bay Staff Monday. It's a lot of fun. Darth Call, Quarterback Garrett, and Andreas Exertus.
I am a libertarian.
I
I have been a member of the
Timcast
Libertarian Party for almost 2 years.
Timcast crew, but formerly of the Timcast crew, all joined me on Monday. It's a lot of fun. And it's just a great panel. And George is one of them. He also joins me on Tuesday, where we talk about politics and stuff. It's a great show. He's a great mind. Thank you, George, for your support. Your never-ending support. It's all the time. Jack says, you sure SBF and Caroline didn't live there too? See what you did there. Says Lurch says, Tim casting couch. Nice. Dreadnought Trucking says, I called Tim out about his election BS and called him a fed.
Patrick says it's not reposted. Thank God.
He made a video about it.
That's really good too.
Seriously?
I was really
really
freaking out. I don't want to be associated with conservatives. I don't want to be associated with PragerU.
Never mix relationships.
I was so happy when that video came down.
Work. It seems like almost everyone was a friend.
I was trying to do the right thing.
You got that right. Damn straight.
I was trying to do the right thing.
Fix pedal boards for $200. Damn. I feel like I need to ring a bell. Another thing that was sent to me in the mail by Jason Dixon. I called it the Dixon Bell. It's amazing. Look at this thing. Anyway, $200 super chat. Thank you very much, Fix. Wow. 2 bits of advice from the king himself.
Yeah, they own the rights to it. They
always
can do whatever
TCB,
they want.
And nothing in life is a sure thing except hookers and Coupe de Villes. Shazam! Nice. Thank you very much.
I need to watch the Young Turks for nitwits.
And for the 2 bits of advice. I actually really liked Shazam.
It hurts me because I was used by these people for a year of my life, and I did what I thought was the right thing. I was trying to do the right thing to help people.
Watchable,
and I was used by these absolute sons of bitches for over a year of my life.
It didn't try to shove woke in my face, so I'm okay with it. Ricardo Rocha for $10 says, hello from Panama. Hey, what's up from Panama? Good to hear from you again. Thanks for sharing. Been an avid viewer since the early days, and I miss that vibe, but Bay Staff Mondays are even better. About the baby, I'm glad you've seen the light. Big hug. Thank you very much. Kevin Hunts for $50. Thank you very much. Says, you are my favorite homosexual. Get over it.
Who's dumber, the Young Turks or Chrissy Mayer? Oh, God. I don't know.
Says,
they might be tied.
For you, Adam. Rip Sour Snatched Liz.
They might be tied.
OJP says, Lydia is for the streets. For $20. Thank you for that.
Yeah, the problem is, Megs, that most people don't really know what I stand for.
Chica Ninja says, once you realize you're better than that BS, you'll thrive. That chick was an obvious problem. No idea how anyone didn't see that. Agreed.
But thank you.
Halleck O. Hicks for €10. Thank you. Says, there was always something about Lydia that seemed off to me, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. Thanks, Adam, for telling us what type of person she is. And now she's gone suddenly. Yeah, I guess she started an OnlyFans.
She did start an OnlyFans.
I'm not joking. I've been.
Oh God, what is this, Brooklyn Way?
She did in fact start an OnlyFans.
She did start an OnlyFans. I've seen it.
Cool. That's what nurses do nowadays, right?
Oh, that's pretty, Brooklyn Way. Thank you for sharing that.
Canary says, Lydia is a cheap honeypot. Prove me wrong. Yeah, I could see that. Metinator for $25 says, you're a good man, Adam. No one is perfect, but you're a good man. Keep on doing what you're doing. I hope this is what you needed to move on. Definitely. Take my money for being brave enough to speak out. Take care, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Gerald Arm says, thanks for speaking out. My pleasure. Wook Dooku, Dope. I don't know how to say her name.
Guys,
you're
when,
so mad about that jacket. I am. That jacket was, dude. You have no idea.
I want to see if Adam reads my super chat and how he responds.
As you should be.
And
I'm the same way with
I'm
my
basically going to
codes.
cut the
I have
stream and
entirely
do
too many.
a little bit of a
fits
debrief.
Nice this season. I did a job for American Eagle, and I got flown to Alaska, and then I was flown in a helicopter to a glacier, and I got to stand on a glacier and pretend to be sledding on a glacier in the middle of Alaska in the summertime. And they custom sewed this jacket for me, and it was corduroy with like like the white sheepskin kind of vibe on the inside. It's like those old school jackets, like a bomber jacket. Dude, it was fucking dope. I miss that jacket. I want it back. Seriously, Tim, it would go a long way if you tell your brother to give me my fucking jacket back. I want that shit. I know he still has it. Tim told me he still has it. Anyway, yes, I am mad about that jacket. I want it back. Damien says, was Lydia ever thin? Right now she's 2.5 Tims. I don't know. I don't care. She can be a whale, and it doesn't change my lack of caring. $20 from Gonfile says, I liked when Tim Pool's show was small and you were on there. My super chats was almost read every stream. It was fun. Those were the days. When we started, we had 2,000 people watching. The first couple weeks, it was like 2,000 people. And then it just blew up from there. The Rick says, no, Adam, no peace. Andre Tukulescu says, I had to super chat this. The effing chat, LOL. I can't even imagine what the chat was like. But I couldn't be distracted by the chat. This is the first time I've ever done this. It was a little weird, I'll be honest. It's unnerving doing this without seeing movement and like glancing, because I always look at my chat and like talk.
Thank you, Grape Health. I appreciate that.
It influences what I'm talking about. I laugh sometimes. I love interacting.
I really do wonder if there's value in any of it. And then,
I
do appreciate when people tell me this, because there's so many times I'm like,
over on I don't know what
I don't even know why I'm doing this.
It just says read sensually, and it's a Rumble rant. I think I'm gonna regret this. Anyway, it's Sejong, so I gotta do it. They fell, but his massive arms wrapped around her, shielded her from the fall. He reached down, brushing her ginger hair to the side. She reached up, stroking his peppered beard. He muttered, I'm so embarrassed, but I need to grab Big John tonight. I want to get pegged like a schoolboy. Damn you, Sejong! No! I didn't know! Damn it, I didn't know. You bastard. J. Russ of Auburn Valley says, long distance hug. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you. Damn, dude.
I just blocked Brownwall. Fuck him.
To end this stream without saying anything suddenly, we who have been here for some time will understand. Take care, you big softy. No, I do not care with you seeing the real me, because that's what this show is. That's why I'm doing this. It's so I can finally just. Oh, you don't understand my why I act the way I do, and Tim's name is brought up. Go watch my fucking video. Like, I made a video. Go see it, so you understand like how weird of a relationship it is. It's like half of my brain wants to be his friend.
People don't understand that when you do this, you get asked about the same thing over and over and over and over and over again.
Says, I'm willing to watch
so much easier.
Midnight. Thank you.
To say, go watch this video.
J. Russ of Auburn Valley says, also,
Dad,
don't let Tim, Swamp Patch Liz, or Miss Borisenko get you down. Also, no insulting whales by comparing them to Lydia. Gives the I'm not mad, I'm disappointed look on the whale's behalf. Yeah, people are going to do what they're going to do. That's fine.
I've actually been deeply supportive of Adam in this.
And like,
but, hey.
whatever.
You know,
Hold on.
don't let a lie get in the way of like a good, or the truth get in the way of a good story, right? Cindy,
J2
I'm in a
Corp says
Republican
you're
that will always be a
fired.
supporter of yours. You started a journey and ended up where your values align. Don't have regrets.
Rob says for $10. Oh,
Thank
J2
you,
Corp
Cindy.
said it for $20.
I
Told
don't
me I'm
have
fired.
regrets
Thank you very much.
about where I ended up. I do
Rob
have
for
regrets
$10
about
says
some of the
you're awesome,
decisions that I made
regardless
on
of
the way.
Timcast. Love you, Adam.
I definitely do have.
Martinator for $10 says 3.5 million a month. Those are the numbers. How do you know that?
Read my chat, Adam. It's very
known
next.
Thing. You able to see it? That's crazy.
My chat is right after that. We'll see if Adam reads it.
Someone on my Twitter today was like, said something along the lines of like, "Oh, you're only bitching because you're rich." I'm like, the fuck? I'm rich? Like, I don't make that much money. I mean, you could check my Social Blade, or I don't remember the site. There's a site that you can like check. It's like you can check. I mean, I don't make that much, but I have an awesome following of people that follow me and support me, and I'm able to get by. And if I just get bigger from here, I'm successful. And I feel successful right now. Damn it, I just spilled this delicious whiskey. No. I just spilled like $50 on the ground.
Tim's sister's name is
there
Lisa
goes like 50
Pool.
bucks.
Follow her on TikTok.
Hey, Epic
Lisa
Mike, I see you in chat.
Pool.
What's up, dude? There goes like 50 bucks. It was like, damn it. I haven't even had half a glass. Carlin Borisenko for $50 says, one of Tim's former employees told me Tim makes $3.5 million a month. Based, Adam, good on you for telling your story. This is all Tim's fault, not Lydia's. It's Tim's fault, and very nice thing he did to Adam was about control, not friendship. X says, I watched Tim more than this show.
Oh, he didn't even respond to it.
You changed the room. I'm so glad to join you tonight. Tim's useful to curate news.
You're welcome for the $50, Adam. All right, guys, I'm cutting the stream there. Here's what I want to say. I want to do a little bit of a debrief. What I said in that super chat, I absolutely meant about everything nice that Tim has done for Adam has been about control. Well, I mean, he read it, but like, whatever. I'm surprised he read it, to be honest. Everything nice that Tim has done for Adam has been about keeping Adam under Tim's wing so that he doesn't do what he's doing right now. That's what this has all been about. I firmly believe now that, and listen, man, my regular viewers know that I am not one to throw around psychological diagnoses lightly. I don't believe in it. I think way too many people throw around the term narcissist when it's not deserved. They throw around the term narcissist to say like, I don't like someone, so like they're a narcissist. I legitimately think that Tim Pool is a narcissist, because what Adam has described, and also what I have heard from many other people right now in the past couple of weeks, is that Tim plays these games with people, and it is all about keeping him as the center of attention, keeping him as the smartest person in the room, keeping him as the one who is in control, and all of that. The greatest thing that the greatest fear that my husband Victor just texted me and was like, cancel the fucking donation. No, I mean, I'm just glad I didn't make it more, to be honest. Because I mean, I do mean it. Like, good for Adam for finally saying something. He wanted to. He obviously wanted to. So the number one thing that narcissists are afraid of is losing control. That's what they're afraid of. And so they will do nice things for people to keep them within the realm of being able to control them. And Adam, who I do in some ways believe has a good heart, issues with him and me aside, I do believe that he does have a good heart. people like Adam, it can be easy for them to get sucked into these situations and to not want to give it up. Narcissists, for people like Adam, narcissists are highly addictive. For people like Adam, and this is not I'm not insulting Adam. This is something that many people experience. Um it can be highly addictive to be around a person like Tim. And you're constantly striving for their approval and for their friendship and for their company and things like that. And that is how I perceive Adam to be right now. He still wants Tim's approval. He still wants Tim's friendship. He probably has not fully processed what Tim has done. And listen, I'm not forgiving Lydia either. I think Lydia has problems. I do. But Lydia, I mean, to be fair, Lydia probably got caught up in a very similar thing that Adam did, where she got addicted to Tim as well. And by the way, I don't necessarily think like a person is a narcissist based on genetics and based on childhood upbringing. So if Tim's parents fucked him up, which it kind of seems like they may have, like this isn't even Tim's fault either, if we're really honest about it. Tim's narcissism is probably the thing that has propelled him to be as successful as he is. But what Adam really needs to understand is that everything that Tim did for him was not because Tim loved and valued him as a person. It was not because Tim valued his contribution to the show. It was not because Tim had any sort of feelings about Adam at all. It was only and exclusively to keep Adam under control. Because if Adam is under Tim's control, then Adam can't hurt him. And this is the realization that Adam has not come to yet. Tim is never going to allow Adam back in his life after what Adam's done tonight. It won't happen. Because what Adam did tonight is he ripped off the facade of who Tim Pool is. Yes, Tim does everything for himself and only for himself. How Tim handled Adam being upset with Lydia was abominable. And I say this as someone who has literally trained CEOs and very high-level managers about how to manage people. How Tim handled that situation with Adam, where Adam was rightfully upset. No, Tim is not going to sue him for defamation. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Blackwell Disco, I'll get to your super chat in a second. No, I don't think Tim is the devil. He's not. This is, I don't like to demonize people who are narcissists because I don't actually think it's very productive. Again, if you are a legitimate narcissist, you have narcissistic personality disorder. If you are a legitimate narcissist, that is not your fault. And in some respects, having NPD can actually drive some people to be incredibly successful people. Guys, I've said it a million times. Donald Trump is a narcissist. A lot of people don't like to hear that, but being a narcissist is what drove Donald Trump to the presidency. And it's the same thing with Tim. Tim's narcissism probably drove him to be as successful as he is. But I don't believe in demonizing people. I don't believe in because it is not their fault. If someone has narcissistic personality disorder, it is a combination of genetics, who their parents are, and their childhood upbringing, and neither of those things are their fault. So I don't believe in saying someone is an evil person because of this. It is not his fault. However, other people around him do need to be aware of it because it will absolutely impact them in the same way that Tim has impacted Adam, in the same way that Tim has impacted Lydia. I'm sorry. It's just the way it goes. Blackwell Disco says Tim has cult leader vibes a little bit. I've heard a lot about that whole reality in the past couple of weeks. And it's not good. How Tim treats people is not good. And these are not my stories to tell. Well, God knows the one about Adam wasn't my story to tell either, but I was feeling a little gossipy and vindictive at that point because Adam has been shitting on me on the internet for months. And PS Adam, if you don't shit on people online, you shouldn't shit on people that know your secrets, dude. But these other people that have been talking to me haven't done anything to me. They've come to me in confidence. I'm not going to tell their stories. If they want to tell them, that's fine. But Tim has hurt, he's hurt people. He really has. And there's also something to me that is really gross about, I don't know how to phrase this other than to say, Tim preys on innocence. What do I mean about innocence? Not in terms of they've never done anything bad, but he preys on people who maybe don't have a lot of life experience, or they want to see the best in him. And he doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. He really doesn't. Oh my gosh, Jason, thank you for the super chat. $100. He wasn't going to do it. Great stream. I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you so much. Like I said, I think that this is going to be good for Adam. I really do. I think Adam has wanted to tell this story for a while. I don't know if me telling the story or dropping what I did of it was facilitated him telling it. If it did or it didn't, fine either way. But I think he's going to feel a lot better after this. I really do. But I also want to say this, and people might not agree with me on this. I think that Lydia doesn't seem like an empath. Lydia is very obviously constantly seeking the approval of other people. I think that Lydia is constantly seeking approval from other people. So I think she has a lot of self-esteem issues. But listen, man, I think that Adam would be better off acknowledging what Tim is, not demonizing him. I want to be very, very careful. I don't want to demonize Tim for whatever personality disorder he has because I don't believe that's a productive thing to do. But where I do hold Tim responsible is his behaviors. His behaviors towards other people. What he did to Adam in terms of firing Adam because Adam snapped at Lydia, that was wrong. He never should have done that. That show was great with Tim and Adam. And Tim could have found ways to bring on guests. And quite frankly, Adam made extremely legitimate points about wanting an actual producer. Lydia was not fulfilling the role that she was hired for. Tim could have very, very easily put Lydia in a different role. Lydia did not have to be the producer of that show in order to continue working for Tim. He could have just moved her into a different role. Lydia, this isn't working out as you as the producer, but you can help us over here doing X, Y, B, and Z. He didn't have to change her pay. He just had to change her responsibilities. He didn't have to change her employment. He just had to change her responsibilities. And if he had just sat down and thought about that, then maybe there would be a different outcome right now, because the magic of what that show used to be was the dynamic between Tim and Adam. And now I don't even know what the fuck Tim is doing anymore. I had to watch that show a couple weeks ago to see if Tim was going to cover the Don Bulldog stuff. And I was like, what the fuck even is this? It's a bunch of people sitting around basically sucking Tim's dick. Like, I don't understand the appeal of it at all. Well, an empath can be codependent. There are different types of empaths. An empath can be codependent. Not all empaths are codependent, but some are. If I was Tim in that situation, well, A, I wouldn't have slept with an employee. That would not have happened. But if I was in that situation, what I would have done when Adam, I wouldn't have called Joe Rogan and asked him for his opinion. That's not what I would have done. I would have sat down, opened a bottle of whiskey, and had a conversation with my friend. That's how Tim should have handled it. If Adam didn't like Lydia as the producer, the dynamic between Tim and Adam was the gold of that show. Tim should have known that. He should have acknowledged that it wasn't just the Tim show, it was the Tim and Adam show. And when Adam aired concerns, and I don't frankly care if he aired them inappropriately or not, if I had been in Tim's shoes, I would have gone out to a bar or like go out to dinner, open a bottle of whiskey, and have a conversation about, Adam, what do you need to be happy in this situation? Now, that's not to say that I think that Tim should have given Adam everything he wanted, because I don't even know what Adam would have said in that circumstance. But to fire him because he snapped at Lydia, where Tim apparently was snapping at Lydia all the time, and Tim was providing the role model that Adam, like, this is what Tim doesn't understand. As the person who is the leader, who is in charge, you are providing the example for all other people. So if you are running around and snapping at someone and degrading them, as apparently Tim was to Lydia, which, by the way, probably didn't help the codependency that Lydia has with Tim, because she was always trying to please him. Lydia was probably in a constant state of, Tim, what do I have to do to make you happy with me again? What do I have to do to make you happy with me again? I mean, it must have been hell for her, but like, she's obviously someone that looks to other people for approval. But if Tim was legitimately snapping at Lydia, and he was doing that in front of people where everyone could see it, then Adam saw that. That was Tim's fault. The fact that Adam snapped at Lydia was a reflection of what Tim had been doing to Lydia. That was Tim's fault. And what Tim should have done is to go out, talk to Adam, have an honest conversation about what was going on. And by the way, the fact that Tim told Adam that he needed to cut his pay because he couldn't afford him, bullshit. That is another issue of control. Bullshit. I don't believe it for one red second. Justin says, Timcast IRL is the evening news with outrage and self-centered beanie. The guests are there for validation, and no deviation from his narrative is tolerated. Center-right populist propaganda. I completely agree with this, Justin. Tim Pool is not a milquetoast fence sitter. You can tell that Tim is not a milquetoast fence sitter based entirely on what stories he does not cover. Don't look at the stories he covers. Look at the stories he does not cover. I will never forgive Tim for not covering the Don Bulldog story. That was my last straw with Tim. I have ceased to care what Tim thinks. The fact that he didn't cover the Don Bulldog story shows exactly and precisely where Tim stands, and that is with the center right. He didn't cover the Don Bulldog story because he didn't want the backlash. That's why. Not because it wasn't newsworthy, not because it wasn't in his wheelhouse. He didn't cover it because he didn't want the backlash from his audience. Tim needs to hire someone who is willing to tell his music sucks, maybe a little bit of humbling. Tim's music does suck. I'm sorry. Adam's music is far superior to Tim's. Tim's music does suck. So, regardless of what Adam thinks of me, and Adam doesn't know as much about some things as he thinks he knows because the people that Adam has been talking to are not fully informed of things because they're just using it as smear pieces. But whatever Adam thinks of me, Adam is not wrong in this situation. I guess my hope for Adam is that he comes to the realization that Tim is not his friend. Tim has never been his friend. Tim was using him to prop himself up. Everything that Tim does will ultimately be about controlling other people. Tim has a whole little compound in which he has people there that are really only there to kiss his ass and to make him feel better, and that he can order around, and he does order them around. I think the whole thing is very sad. I really do. I think Adam is trying his best to be true to himself. Thank you, Jamie, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. I don't like how Adam has been towards me. I really don't. And in some respects, I mean, well, maybe I won't go there. Maybe I won't go there for tonight. Everything is about control, hence why Tim gave Adam a $2,000 bottle of whiskey while Adam was on the air. Tim did it for the show, and it was for Adam's audience, not Adam. Well, no, I mean, I do think there is something to that, and Tim, I mean, I remember because I was literally on the stream that night. I remember, like, Tim came into Adam's studio while Adam was live on the internet to give him that $2,000 bottle of whiskey. I remember it. I was there. But I do think it was possibly for his audience, but I do also think it was to control Adam, because what Tim has always done with Adam is like he says, "Adam, here, like, here's this thing that's going to make you think that I'm your friend." And then he pulls back and like, "No, Adam, you can't come on my show again. But Adam, here's a $2,000 bottle of whiskey. No, 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 Adam, you can't come on my show again. No, Adam, here, I'm going to let you live in the in-law suite at my house. No, 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 Adam, you can't come back on my show again." It's like this like cat and mouse thing that he's doing to constantly keep Adam in a state of like, "What the fuck is going on, Tim? Do you like me or do you dislike me? Do you like me or do you dislike me?" Listen, I used to be involved with a narcissist who would do this shit to me. Be like, "Carlin, I love you and I think about you all the time, but no, 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 we can't do that. No, but Carlin, I really love you, and can you just come down to see me? No, 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 Carlin, we can't do that." It was constant and never ending. And so maybe I've learned how to spot this stuff. And then what would happen, and I bet if Adam did this with Tim, he would get the same result, is in my case, I would say, "Listen, narcissist, you told me X, Y, B, and Z yesterday. I may have not like the best memory in the world, but you told me this yesterday." And then the guy I was talking to would be like, "No, no, no, I didn't tell you that. I told you this instead." I'd be like, "No, no, no, you didn't tell me that. You told me this over here." I bet you Tim has done the same thing to Adam, where Tim will say something to Adam, and then Adam will take that as like the gospel, and why wouldn't he? And then Adam will act on that thing that Tim told him. And then Tim will pretend that that thing never happened. Narcissists do that all the time. It is a control issue. I just hope that Adam realizes it. It is an extremely hard realization to come to, that someone that you cared about and that you were there to support was only using you. It is an extremely hard, and in some cases, rather devastating realization to come to. It hurts deeply on so many levels, and I know because I've been there. I've been there. But I do hope that Adam comes to it at some point, because when he truly comes to that realization, that's when he's going to be truly free of this. And Adam needs to know that none of this is his fault. It's not his fault. He was standing by a friend. He was trying to do the right thing. And sometimes you just get involved with the wrong people. And you don't realize it until it's too late. And that's not a character defect. It doesn't make you a bad person. Because oftentimes those bad people that you get, well, I shouldn't say bad. Oftentimes, because again, this is the narcissism. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. But sometimes we choose to get involved with the wrong people. Jamie says, my mom is so narcissistic, I had to create a separate Christmas and birthday list. She would never get a CD I wanted. I always asked for what I need, shaking my head. Well, thank you, Jamie, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I don't really have much more to say. I'm glad Adam did this. Whether or not Adam will and I will ever be in communication again, I guess that kind of remains to be seen. I don't know the answer to that. It is all his choice. Listen, I am extremely forgiving when people own up to like what they did. And Adam really did do me dirty. He really did. And it broke my heart at the time that it happened, because I really did not expect it to come from him. And I really wish he had handled that entire situation differently. Because I felt so set up and so betrayed. And if anyone... Victor, this is not true. This is my husband. I do not have an eidetic memory. I do not have an eidetic... Victor just thinks I have an eidetic memory because if he does something that I find offensive, I will never let him forget. I'll talk more about my thing with Adam in a second. Jennifer says, narcissists make you feel loved and valued without loving or valuing you. You seem quite affected by this, sending you a heart chakra hug, sister. I mean, it is. I've been in the position that Adam is in. I've been in the position that Adam is in, multiple times. Well, I do have a high IQ, Victor, but I don't have an eidetic memory. Come on. I've been in the position that Adam is in many times in my life. And there are people that I have loved dearly that have done the same thing to me that Tim has done to Adam. And so I really do understand the position that he's in. In regards to, like, Adam and I don't think that Adam intended to throw me under the bus. I really don't think he intended to. But that is what he did. Adam set me up in front of some of the most toxic people imaginable. People that have driven by my house in real life. People who have posted my address on the internet. People who've posted photos of my house on the internet that they took when they drove by my house. And I was right with every single thing I said on that stream with him. I was right about every single thing that I said, which I later proved with receipts. I didn't have the receipts at the time that we did that stream, but I did have them about a month later because that stream and how I was attacked on that stream pushed me to go and do a month of research. Like, I mean, we're talking like 6 to 8 hours a day for a solid month to show what really happened. And I documented all of it. I've documented it publicly several times. And when I showed the evidence to Adam, he refused to look at it. And this is where it really broke my heart. It wasn't the chat, it wasn't the stream itself. Even though I felt very betrayed by what happened on that stream. Like, if you go on someone's channel, and I never even asked for money or anything. I did it because I liked talking to Adam. I liked being on his show. And then, like, you go on someone's channel and you find out that they set you up to get attacked by their chat for 3.5 hours in some of the most vicious ways. And then about a month later, you have evidence to prove every single thing you said in that stream. I was correct about everything. There was not one thing I was wrong about. And I tried to show it to Adam, and I tried to show it to him privately. I said, look, this is what I told you happened on the stream. This is what I told you happened. This is what I told you happened. Here's the evidence of this, Adam. He refused to look at the evidence. He wouldn't even acknowledge it. And I wasn't asking him to do a separate stream. I wasn't asking him to do a correction. I was just asking him to acknowledge it. And he wouldn't do it. And this was in private. This was not, this wasn't a public tweet or anything. This was in private. So I wasn't the bad guy in this. I didn't do anything wrong. I told the truth. And I feel as though I have been extremely supportive, quite frankly, of Adam, because I've never really come at him in the way he's come at me. I've never done any of that. And he can be pissed at me all he wants. See, we've got Adam's chat coming in now. I'm having to block them all. But I do think that what Adam did tonight was good. And I think he did the right thing. The Beacon says, if Tim won't have you on his show to be the opposition, then you shall claim your own throne. Adam, you got this. You will be the counter 6 p.m. Well, I'm not Adam, dude, but like you should go tell him this. You should go tell him that on his stream. I was just watching. And by the way, guys, I'm sorry, but if you do public videos on the internet, that content is fair game. No one knows that better than me. If you do public videos on the internet, the content is fair game. I will have a watch party if I fucking want to, and I don't feel sorry about it at all. Does Victor have any single cousins? I like Slavic guys. No. I agree with this, Jaybird. The right is a bunch of meanies with snowflakes and victims mixed in. I do absolutely agree with that. Yes, Victor, I remember that time we went cycling, but I just memorized a map. That doesn't mean I have an eidetic my husband is literally downstairs right now chatting in to have a conversation with me. This is a sign that I probably need to get the fuck off the internet and go pay attention to my husband. Well, my chat is good because I set rules for my chat and I don't allow the type of shit that Adam allows in his chat. I would never allow a guest of mine on my show to be attacked in the way that I was attacked when I was on Adam's. I would never allow it. And if those people don't want to support me anymore, then fine. They can go support someone else. If all they want to bring is like negative energy, I would never, ever, 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 ever allow on my channel what happened to me on Adam's channel. Not for one red second. And I certainly wouldn't hide the chat from a guest that I had on my channel. Brooklyn Way says, Carlin, for those of us who were there, we know what happened. Bless you. You rock. You really do. Thank you, Brooklyn Way, for the support. I really do appreciate it. Jamie says, there isn't enough logic, kindness, or understanding or helping that can get people to like someone. Our society is broken. I mean, I don't need everyone to like me. That's not the point. I would really like it if people would stop doxing my fucking house. That'd be pretty great. Let me see. I mean, and this is something I've thought about too. Like the fact that Adam did that to me after what Tim did to him. But if Adam were to actually like apologize to me, I would let it go. That's reality. And there will be people who say, Carlin is demanding an apology, and isn't she a narcissist for demanding an apology? Nah, man. When you do someone dirty, even if you don't intend to, you apologize and you say, you know what, I fucked up. I'll do better next time. I don't think that's asking too much. The common denominator is always and perpetually Carrie Smith. People think I have issues with everyone. I don't have issues with everyone. The only people that I have issues with are connected to Carrie fucking Smith. Every single one of them. Every single one. Even if I've never met them before. It's connected to that bitch right there. Was Adam trying to get clout by letting people dump on you? Yes. Yes, he was. I don't know if he was conscious of it, but yeah, that's what happened. Adam attracts a childlike audience. That's because he produces a childlike program. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I get that you were hurt. A bit more support would have been adequate, but I don't think you could assign hiding the chat necessarily as bad intentions. I can, because Adam could see the chat and was responding to the chat the entire night and was profiting significantly from the chat. Adam probably made over $1,000 that night. All he had to do was sacrifice me for it. That was his decision, you know? Blackwell Disco, I was watching that stream and I had to stop Adam. After that, it made me feel sick. I was watching that stream and I had to stop watching Adam after that. It made me feel sick. Yeah. And if you guys haven't seen the stream, the reason that the video I have about what happened between me and Adam is 7 hours long is because I literally watched that entire stream with the chat up so that everyone could see exactly what happened. I had a friend who was watching the stream that night, and as soon as I got done, and I actually felt like pretty okay about the stream that night, even though I did talk a lot because I had a lot of things I wanted to say about the topic, and I actually later apologized to Adam for monopolizing so much of the time because I honestly didn't realize that I had done it. I didn't realize because I was trying to explain it to people, and anyway, I had a friend who was watching the stream that night, and I DM'd him after I finished, and I said, "How do you think that went?" And he said, "Carlin, I had to stop watching because it was so bad with what they were doing to you." And I had no idea what he was talking about because I couldn't see it. And so that night, and we're talking, it was like midnight, 1 a.m., something like that. I stayed up and watched the entire 3.5-hour stream looking at the chat and crying because of how bad it was. It was really that bad, guys. It was really that bad. No, Adam doesn't understand how I see things because Adam has never tried to understand how I see things. How do so many people know Carrie Smith and not know she is pawn scum? Well, guys, I am working on slowly but surely documenting the story with Carrie Smith. For those who don't know, I only have the first 2 chapters up so far. Carrie Smith, I just put the link in the chat. Carrie Smith has been engaging in a 2+ year smear campaign against me that started in November of 2020. It is one of the biggest nightmares I've ever experienced in my life. But I'm documenting it so that people can see with receipts, so you can read it or not. Victor says, good marriage is support, not control. Oh, Victor. Yeah. It was really bad. It was really bad. LK also caught the live stream and it was awful. It was really bad. They were brutal in the chat. It was not okay. If that was my guest, I would have said some shit to the people or at least prepared my guest that I don't regulate. Yeah. It was a constant stream of hate. Yeah. It was. It was like watching kids torture an animal and egging on each other with a mom mentality. Yes, it was. Yeah, it was. Oh, we've had a long night, Dashing Rogue. I'm not going to recount it now because I'm winding down now. I do have an awesome marriage, Dragon Water. I do indeed. I think we know now there was a Lydia component to the Carrie Smith stuff now. All speculation, but I think it's legit. I had not even put that together in my head, to be honest. I really hadn't even put that together, but yeah, I don't actually think that you're wrong. I mean, like, they really are friends. Like, Lydia was at Carrie's wedding. They really are friends. It makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? Trust me, it took a bit to make the connections, but they lead to Carrie Smith playing a mean girl. The accounts on Twitter are beyond gross. Well, you know what's going to be ironic about this is, do you guys know how this stream was entirely focused on Adam for like the first like 90% of the stream? I promise you, tonight, before this is over, someone is going to post on Twitter, Carlin made a whole video about Carrie. So that's what they do every time. Every single time. Lizard, I was only kidding. Just wanted to make you smile. That's all right, Lizard. It's all right. Well, this is why I always said I wouldn't ever go on that show. I don't want to be, I don't, Tim's chat would attack me relentlessly. They wouldn't listen to a damn thing that I said. There would be fat jokes for 3 hours, like there, or however long that show is. I guess it's 2 hours. That's why I always said I would never, ever, ever go on that show. Thank you, Leia. I appreciate it. All right, guys, I'm just getting to the end of the chat. All right, guys. Guys, that is all I have for tonight. Thank you for hanging out. I just want to remind everyone that well, tomorrow is Saturday. It doesn't feel like Friday, does it? Because yesterday was Thanksgiving and now my internal clock is all fucked up. So tomorrow, 6 p.m. ish, we will be doing Socialism Saturday on this channel. If you have never attended a Socialism Saturday, I strongly encourage you to attend. You can find the archive of Socialism Saturday in the playlist on my channel so you can kind of see what it's about. We watch real socialism, the real stuff, not what you're going to get on CNN, not AOC, not Bernie Sanders, the real stuff. Because if you watch socialism, it is creepy dystopia that somehow ends up as the main talking points of the Democratic Party. We will be doing that tomorrow at 6 p.m. I don't know what we're watching yet, but I will find something good for you tomorrow. And then, just as a reminder, on Sunday, we are having movie night. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. We are watching it in my supporter Discord. You can get access to the supporter Discord by becoming a member of my YouTube channel, by becoming a member of my locals, or by becoming a member of my Patreon. The links are in the description below. Go to activelyunwoke.com/support. You will find a link to my locals and my Patreon. YouTube, you can obviously join right on the channel, but if you do any of those things, I will make sure you have a Discord link where you can come and join us for movie night on Sunday at 8 p.m. We are doing them weekly. Thank you to the illustrious Jennifer for hosting us for movie night. We don't just watch the movies; we have great discussions about the movies. They're really amazing. And I want to encourage everyone, especially if you're a supporter and you haven't come and joined us for movie night yet, come and join the Discord, man. I know that not everyone knows how to use the Discord. I suck at Discord, but my community is great and we help each other out and we help each other learn how to do it. So I promise you too can figure out Discord. If I did it, then you can absolutely do it too. But guys, that is all I have for right now. Again, I think Adam did the right thing, and I am just sending him, regardless of how he feels about me, sending him love and positive vibes, because what he did tonight was not easy. It wasn't. You could tell that he was very emotional. You could tell that this was a real thing for him. And I'm really glad that he did it and he got it out of his system. And so that's all I got, guys. I'm going to go hang out with my husband, who is in chat right now. So obviously he wants some of my attention. Victor, I will see you in the downstairs very, very soon. All right, guys, please mount that like button on your way out the door. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Socialism Saturday. Take care, guys. Have a great rest of your night.